Hey, hey, SBG solution based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, Showroom, Bracey in the waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the lure. PH, give a salute, Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How we doing today? Yes, I'm a little late. Hopefully, y'all excuse me. Thank you so much, Miss J. How you doing, beautiful? Good day, Tyrone. You know how we like to start the day with great, productive energy. So when I say good day to you, make sure you say it back, because I can feel that great, productive energy coming through the screen. Let me get a roll call. Let me see who's in a place to be. What up? What up, SD? What you mean? Water's so good in there early in the AM. You know I gotta have the energy. You know, we're gonna go through a Bracey Brief today, because I was trying to figure out what all this means. When it first happened, we was trying to have a conversation. What up, Stanley Cross? Good day to you. Salute to you, my brother. And I was trying to figure out what is really going on with this Iranian thing. I don't know if I really understand it. 100. God damn it. Children. This whole Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton situation, I think that's weird. I don't know what's going on with that. They are not attacking the situation that the people actually want to hear. I don't know what's going on with that. I do not understand it, Stanley. I don't understand. Why are they asking Bill Clinton, old ass, about if he had any goddamn sexual relations with grown folks on a goddamn airplane? Stanley, I don't even understand the questions that they are asking. That ain't what we want to hear from them. We want to know who is doing what to who and when, if they are underage. God damn it. That's what we are looking for. That's the smoking gun we are looking for. Not if he got head one time on an airplane by a grown person. It don't make no damn sense. That's what they was trying to do, Miss J. What up, Bubba Homeschool? I did not understand the questions that they was giving the Clintons. However, one thing I did see, I think it was kind of damaging to Donald Trump. I'm not going to lie, Bubba. I don't know if they're going to pick this part apart. I've seen it. I picked it up, and I'm pretty sure some other pretty intelligent people picked it up as well. What Clinton did expose about Donald Trump. Most of the goddamn interview was just horrible. It didn't give us no information whatsoever. All we seen was an old man shaking. He could barely pick up a goddamn coffee cup. And they was trying to ask questions that make him like trip up on his words. It's kind of like they was asking questions kind of like how these rim bros ask questions. And so here's my main problem. This is the main thing I seen from the deposition, especially from the Bill Clinton side, that he could have tripped up or make Donald Trump look a certain way. And it's all about the real estate deal that him and Epstein had a fight over. Because I ain't gonna lie, Donald Trump, he did some shicey stuff to Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein came to Donald Trump over this property in Florida. This big old mansion. It was a retirement old folks home, and he wanted to buy it and do some things. Right? It's huge. It was going into foreclosure. And Jeffrey was going to get it for a steal. So he brings Donald Trump in. He said, hey, man, listen, I'm got this property. I want you to check it out with me. I want to put a pool over here and this, that. So they was going over the whole thing. And Jeffrey told Donald, hey, look, this is what I want. And Donald Trump, sneaky ass, he said, oh, is it foreclosure? Donald Trump figured out a way to get $41 million and steal the property from Jeffrey Epstein. Not only the person that was foreclosing on the property also knew Jeffrey Epstein. So for $41 million, Donald Trump stole this real estate property in Florida from Jeffrey Epstein. And Jeffrey Epstein is pissed because he's trying to figure out who had the money to spend $41 million to steal this foreclosure property from him. Who knew that this property was going for sale? So Jeffrey was pissed, and then he found out it was Donald Trump that snuck the deal away from Jeffrey Epstein. How you doing, Brooke? Good day to you. And so what is interesting about it, and I think it is something that people can look into it. I can't prove it. Whatever. I cannot. I do not have the resources to prove it. However, make sure you're hitting that like and the share button. The like and the share button is just to say that you are here. It doesn't necessarily mean you like me or the show or the content. It's just saying, hey, I was here. That's all it means. It's like putting a little tag. I was here. Because I know people feel a certain way about the word like. I don't know why, but. How you doing, Irene? And so what's interesting about Donald Trump stealing this property from Jeffrey Epstein's TV truck, and the interesting part about it, when Donald Trump stole it for $41 million, he also then flipped it. He flipped it for $95 million. Good day to you, Rose. He flipped it so Donald Trump stole this property in Florida from Jeffrey Epstein for $41 million, and then he flipped it for $95 million. But the real question is who did he sell it to? Because he did not do any major renovations to it. And what it seems like, and what I think the Democrats should go ahead and do a deep dive. I'm about to dive in. What they should do, in my opinion, they should deep dive into, because he sold it for $95 million to a Russian oligarch. And what they could try to have an understanding why Epstein and Trump was beefing is because Epstein was trying to say with all these goddamn emails that Donald Trump was bringing that Russian oligarch into America. He was bringing that Russian money into America. Donald Trump is really the one that's in the bed with the Russians. He got a house for $41 million and flipped it with no renovation for $95 million. Double his money. Bubba Homeschool, they have something. I think that is the only smoking gun I see coming out of this whole deposition for the Clintons. And it's all he say, she shay, right? Because you got, the BBL teeth. Right? But that is the only thing I seen that really came out of it. That is, and it's still a lot of speculation with that. But that's the only thing I see that came out of this whole Clinton deposition thing, is that, hey, Donald Trump was in bed with the Russians a long time ago. Bubba Homeschool, he's defending it. Let's see what Bubba's saying. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. If Trump brought a property out from under Epstein, number one, that's common. Number two, that's legal. Number three, that's smart. Stop saying stealing. My bad. You're right. If Epstein had a contract, then Trump could not have stolen it from him. You're right. My bad. But where did he get that $41 million from? That's the number one question. Then how did he find somebody that quickly to flip it for double the price for $95 million? And how is it so convenient that it was from a Russian oligarch? That's all I'm saying. That's the only thing I will be looking into as a Democrat, to try to have some kind of smoking gun. But other than that, I don't know why or what this whole Clinton and Hillary Clinton thing is if it's any good at all, if it's giving us any new information. Don't worry, AR. If you want to, I can talk about it, AR. It's much easier than this ish. So I gotta pin things together. Only if you want me to. And then also I want to talk to AR and my other peoples in here that's hitting the like and the share button. If you got 99 cents, I appreciate that as well. If you got more, hey, it made the vagina go, what up, Reese Cup? And so what is going on? I still don't really understand fully with this whole Iran war. You saying what? You are so desperate to hate Trump. Wow. Why? Why would I be desperate to hate him? I don't have no reason to hate him. I'm just talking about the things that is going on. That you would reach for anything. I'm not reaching. It's the truth. He sold it to somebody from Russia for $95 million. That's a quick flip with no renovations. It was going under foreclosure. The Russia stuff is silly dead end. If you say so. If you say so. Because you are so desperate to make Trump a goddamn hero, you will reach for anything. I'm just calling it how I see it, sir. That's all. I don't have it left or right. I'm somewhere in I'm just looking at it objectively. If I was a Democrat, have investigated this angle illegally for a decade, it is a dead end. Maybe. You're much smarter than me, so maybe that is the case. I'm just saying that's the only thing. All I'm saying, that is the only thing that came out of this whole Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton disposition. I don't know what is going on with how they was questioning them. It makes no sense. If y'all want me to go over it, I don't mind. We could watch the video of Hillary or Bill. I just don't know if it's worth it for real, for real. That's all I'm saying, Bubba. I'm saying that's the only thing that came out of it. Shout out to Titan Wiles with the $2. His whole business is sell real estate. If you say so. If you say so. I don't know if it's to sell it or to destroy it. Interesting. That is very interesting, DC. We know what a foreclosure is, Bubba. It's okay. Yeah, it is okay, Bubba. We understand what it's for. And so I was just curious to what is y'all thoughts. And then also we're gonna go ahead and go to some Marco Rubio stuff as well. But I wanted to give, while it's still fresh in my mind, my thoughts on the reasons. Can somebody give us the reasons? The reasons that we hear. The reasons for going to war. What are the reasons for going to war? Always some dramatic ass Marvel movie explanations. We had to do it for freedom. Man, freedom must be tired as hell. Because we keep fighting for it. We keep fighting for it every 3 to 5 business years. And now they say we had to attack Iran. Oh, really? Had to? Like it was a doctor's appointment. America talks about war the same way dudes talk about cheating. It just happened, baby. I didn't plan it. I slipped and fell into a drone strike. But you feel what I'm saying, Rose? What you mean you slipped and fell into a drone strike? Shout out to Titan Walls with the 2-bar. F around and find out. TV trucking it be crazy, man. I'm telling you, they done slipped and fell into a drone strike. You know that's how the men be saying it, man. They like, hey, baby, I promise you, I didn't mean to. I just slipped and fell, and I just couldn't get out of it. It was just so slippery. I'm telling you, that's what happens. But then you watch the video, you know, and you just see people talking about the real reason, you know, like what is the real reason, and whether, you know, we like it or not, we have to admit, we got to admit what we are seeing. And it's just wild. You know, and I was trying to break the keyboard, right? And at the end of the day, what it seems like, to be honest, it seems like America is doing another country's bidding. We all, I don't like to say the name too often. We all on YouTube. Y'all know what country we all talking about. Seems like America is doing another country in the middle. It seems like it's doing somebody else's business. It seems as if Trump sold us out. It seems like Trump sold us out. We don't really want this goddamn distraction from the Epstein's files. And this whole thing is like, goddamn. This whole thing is like Thanksgiving dinner with no food. It's just arguments. You know how the Thanksgiving, you know, when you get the whole family together, we have food and arguments. But this whole thing, we having Thanksgiving dinner with no food. It's just strictly arguments. This America's foreign policy is toxic. It's like a toxic relationship. America treats the Middle East like that's you know, like that's the ex you keep on texting at 2 a.m. You know you shouldn't be over there at 2 a.m. You know you shouldn't be over there at 2 a.m. You know it's gonna cost you money. You know you're gonna wake up regretting it. But you keep going back anyway. And every time, America, like, this time is different. I swear I've changed. And then boom, another 80 billion gone. We spend so much money in the Middle East. If it were a woman, America would have proposed by now. We'd be married with 3 kids named Oil, Interest, and Classified. Boy, I be having some bars. Clip that. What up, we unlock? So what is the official story versus the real story? right? We struck Iran because they posed an intimate threat. Intimate, right? America think everything is that, right? You sneeze too loud in the wrong direction and they call you a national security risk. But here's the real story, right? And here's where it gets a little messy. Even though yesterday, Rose, what you confused about, Rose? What you confused about, Rose? I want to make sure Rose understand what I'm saying. All I'm saying, got you, Rose. We could talk about that as well, Rose. But all I'm saying is that when we talk about this whole Iran thing, right? America didn't do this for Americans. They did it for another country. We know what the country is, Shiesty Bum. We know where Netanyahu is from. America, it doesn't seem like America did it for this country. They did it for, we know who. And look, whether it's true or not, the fact that so many people believe it tells you something. Americans don't trust the government, Venus. They don't trust the government anymore. We trust the government like we trust gas station sushi. You can't eat it, but you probably shouldn't. And it seems like the war is always, it seems like it's always paid for by the people who don't want it. That's what it seems like. And the people who starts the war, they never go to them. You know what the politicians say? We must defend our nation. And then they send some 19-year-old from Ohio who just wanted free college. Meanwhile, the politician kids are at home playing pickleball. You know, that low contact sport that all the senior citizens are playing in Florida. I know I'm late. Yeah. And if America ever had the draft again, you know, Congress would suddenly discover peace like it was a goddamn new religion. We decided to resolve this. We just like, you know, because all of a sudden, they decided to resolve these things, these conflicts with diplomatically. Yeah, because your son, Mr. Politician, because your son just turned 18. And we get that. And it seemed like this is all just a distraction, right? And this is all a distraction from the Epstein files. America loves distractions. We treat scandals like Netflix shows. Next episode coming soon. War in Iran, season 3. Every time something big is about to drop, America hit us with a new crisis. And it's like the government is a goddamn magician. Look over here. Don't look at the flight logs. It doesn't matter if it's Trump, Biden, whoever. They all play the same game. People in the they mad at Trump. Trump started a war for that other country. Trump betrayed America. Every president does something that makes half the country feel betrayed. It's just what it is. Being president is like being a goddamn stepdad. No matter what you do, somebody's going to say, "You not my real father." And the truth is, presidents don't run America. They like, the substitute teacher of global politics. The real power is the kid in the back with the hoodie on who knows the Wi-Fi password. Don't worry, I'll drop the link for anybody that has a disagreement with what I'm saying. You feel what I'm saying? Kasim know what I was talking about right there. That was another one we should clip. Clip that. Mm. I'm cooking up over here. Make sure y'all hit that like and the share. But I'm just going through some thoughts that be just passing through my mind as I'm seeing this thing, because now that I'm getting more answers to what is going on, I have even more questions. And what it seems like this foreign policy is just high level messiness. That's what it really seemed like. America's foreign policy is like a group chat with 30 people in it. Everybody got an opinion, everybody got a motive, and nobody wants to leave the chat. We got Israel in there, we got Saudi Arabia is in there, Iran is in there, America is in there. Like, hey guys, what are we mad about today? And the whole world, including me, is watching like it's reality TV. Previously on United States of America. I'm just saying. I just want to see the real America, not these speeches, not the press conferences. You know, I'm just tired of it, right? I'm tired of the wars. I'm tired of the lies. I just want to go travel. I'm tired of paying taxes for things I ain't vote for. You know, America shouldn't be fighting for foreign interests. I feel that. Because it seems like America's fighting for everybody but the people who live here. We got potholes older than some of our soldiers. God damn it. What's up, Bomb? Who ready to hit this link and get me some understanding? That's what I need. And America keeps going to war for reasons we never fully understand. That's the real joke. And people who pay the price are the ones who had nothing to do with the decision. And that's a part that ain't funny. But we have to talk about it, because if we don't laugh, we're going to cry about it. And America, right, we hate crying. We rather blow something up than to cry. So yeah, maybe the U.S. attacked Iran for freedom, maybe for strategy, maybe for alliances, maybe for reasons we'll never know. But one thing's for sure: America always got a story, and the people always got questions. Like me, I don't know the answer to it. I ain't the smartest person in the room. Hopefully, the smart ones will come up today and enlighten me on what is going on out there. And somewhere in between those two is the truth. Some people say we're not even at war. Okay. Some people say we're not even at war, but we do see Americans are dying. We see that is missiles being thrown all around. We see our, you know what? Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link, because I need people that are smarter than me to have a conversation and educate me on what is actually happening, because I have no idea. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. Make sure you hitting that share button. Let's get it together. Let me get the smart people up here so I could have more better of an understanding. Let me get the link. There's clearly I have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh, I ain't even, goddamn. Let me fix that. I didn't even check to see how we are doing. How we doing? We are doing horrible with the likes. This is just craziness. That's just crazy. Shout out to the 100 people that are here. Good day to y'all. Salute to y'all all across everything that we are doing. Welcome to the show. Shadow the Titan Walls. What am I missing? I got a lot of questions with no answers.
I came ready to fight today because you're making it way too complicated. We told them do not do the thing. They said death to America. We're gonna do it anyway. We said F around and find out. They said try me. 12 hours later, you're dead. End of story. Hey, we didn't ask you. We told you not to, and you decided to do it anyway. There are consequences to that action. This is that action. And I understand, I believe we're at war right now officially because people are dying and we are in conflict with another country. But guess what? It's a war we're not going to lose because that's America.
Right, but we've been saying that for years.
Okay?
Every time we go over there, we say that same situation. And it doesn't seem like it's going for any interest that is for Americans. It seems like it's going for the interest in the other places over there. We're just destroying things that is not beneficial to Americans. That's what it seems like to me. I don't see where it's beneficial.
I disagree.
To us.
I disagree with that fully. Because keep in mind, the minute Iran started feeling like they were losing, they started bombing everything around them. They were like, oh, we're just going to attack everybody. Allies, enemies, it doesn't matter. No, you're destroyed. Y'all, you're messing up. And they did exactly what we said they would do if their back got hit a wall. So guess what? It still be justified why we did what we did because we knew they were going to do that. I'm sorry if it's not a clear cut, I want peace sentence, but it's not. You're an existential threat. Will them, my opinion, turn Iran into a glass desert and move on.
All right. So what about the people that live there? And what are they going to do? So the problem is,
time to go.
I don't think we should be involved in a regime change war. That is not, and clearly the only way we can win is we can actually execute the regime change. And it doesn't seem like we are executing any kind of regime change.
Did the leader just die?
Right, he did just die, but also now guess who's in position now? Is three other people in position now, and it's and now is the Supreme's leader's son that is taking over. So it's not actually any regime change.
So guess who's next on the list? That's how you. The problem is we keep half stepping. We're gonna stop. We're gonna stop one. Nah, take out the whole bloodline.
Aren't you still young enough to enlist? That's what you should do today.
I'm fine with that, but I'm a felon, so I can't be enlisted anyway. I don't mind going to look. I am not fucked up about it. I'm telling
you know why he's not fucked up about it? Because he knows he's a felon. You see what I'm saying? He's almost.
I will still go fight. Don't mistake those two sentences.
Okay.
So what I'm saying, Josh, right? So the only way for us to even consider this a win, even though American life has been taken, and we are saying that this is not a war, even though our buildings is being destroyed and Americans are dying. Regime change, right? Because that's what this really is, right? It's coming out to really show that it is a regime change war. But if the regime doesn't change, how did we win? Or how can we win?
By making sure the regime changes with every time somebody pops up from that same bloodline, eliminate them. It took 12 hours the first time, do it again.
That's crazy. Y'all hear this? Murderous thinking of people who not gonna go to war. So yes, if we didn't do like last time we bombed these people and we didn't get everything that they claimed we was gonna get, right? Remember the strike was unsuccessful. I'm not sure if you remember that, Josh.
Wait, unsuccessful or partially successful?
Which
Those are
it
two
was
different statements.
unsuccessful. It was, if it didn't get what the goal wasn't met, then it was unsuccessful.
Okay, so but most of the goal was in fact met. That was confirmed by them. So I don't understand where you're
wait a minute. So you're saying that even though we know they moved the stuff right beforehand, you saying all they had to do is say, "Yeah, you did get us."
No, they moved some of it.
How do you
They
know
didn't
that they
move
moved
most
some
of
of it? How do you know that?
The same way you know they moved all of it.
What?
The same way you're saying, no, they moved it all. I'm telling you, clearly they didn't because they found the fragments of it. That place was dead. I understand that you're saying, well,
So if
we
it
don't
was
know for
dead,
sure.
if it was dead, why would they have anything there? What are you talking about? I'm confused on what you're saying. Maybe
Let me clarify, Bob. I apologize. I came in with guns blazing. I'm on one today. So keep in mind, we only know what we know. There are people who know things that we don't know as civilians, right? In that
but you know
context,
they already knew.
Hold on.
They already knew that things were moved already. But Trump don't want to listen to anyone, and we are striking on behalf of somebody else. So it really wasn't about that. They just claimed that it was about that.
Right.
Okay, I'm not getting into that because I don't know that for a fact, and I don't want to gossip about actual death.
The CIA, you don't trust their
Absolutely not.
Oh,
Of all the people I don't trust,
Hold on, Josh. So what is it
Hell
that
no.
you're trusting that is going on over there? So you trust that the regime is changing, but you don't trust it. That is mind-boggling to me.
Hold on. Here, you just asked the question. I'm answering it. What do I trust? I trust the people who are actually in charge of the actual war effort in America. The people, the Army, the Navy, the people who are in charge of those departments, who are actually seeing things boots on ground. I will trust what they're saying.
That's the CIA. You know, the CIA are investigators who even inform the military of what's going on. You didn't know that?
I'm fine with that, but if it's coming directly from the CIA, if it's coming directly from the CIA, which the CIA has a history of lying to the American public, yeah, I'm good.
That's crazy talk. That is the most craziest thing I heard in a long time, Bomb. I just don't understand what is actually happening over there. They trying to act as if now the rhetoric is Iran is just bombing civilian places, like America didn't bomb. Like, what did we bomb?
Right.
Like we bombed a threat.
No,
we bombed a threat.
So listen, we bombed what you call a threat, and then now they're bombing people who deal with the people who bombed them as a threat, right?
Right.
So he claiming, no, now they bombing innocent people. No. If we aren't innocent in this.
It just sounds so crazy to me to hear the double-mindedness right now. Because I'm trying to gather more information. I have more questions. I'm more uncertain than I was the first time. Welcome to the show.
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Can you hear me, cuzzo? Am I coming through clear? You on mute, so I can't hear you.
Yes, we can hear you good.
Yeah, man. Let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room, cuzzo. Peace and love to the queen on the panel, Bomb, Cherry, Juice. And then peace and love to all the queens in the chat, man. Anya, Bracey, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bump, Rogue C, it's me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Zero Tolerance, the Victorious One, Dawn, Renee, Keisha G, Beachy, You know, all the queens, man. Kim West, Natasha Vincent, Maya Reed, all the queens, man. I don't forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I make my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Cuz I'm concerned when it comes to Operation Epic Fury, right? And first and foremost, I want to give my condolences to the family members of the 6 service members that we lost in Kuwait. There was retaliatory strikes in Kuwait, and that resulted in 6 service members losing their lives and 4 others being critically injured. So my condolences to their families and loved ones, and I pray that they can find peace, love, and joy again soon. It's problematic, right? Because after doing some research, I came to the realization that Eric Trump, President Trump's son, and Donald Trump Jr. both are heavily involved and invested in 2 different drone technology companies, that have government contracts, right? And what are we doing right now? We're engaged and involved in a drone war with Iran. That's problematic because it's a conflict of interest. Because if one of the goals is to enrich your family by engaging in this operation, then you've already lost me when it comes to any justification of this operation. And then I'm concerned about how we're planning it, right? Because in Kuwait, once again, they reported that 3 F-15s were shot down by friendly fire in Kuwait. Now, thank God that all of those crews of those F-15s were, still found alive, but each F-15 is over $100 million. So that's $300 million that we lost from friendly fires, what they described it as. So it calls the question on how we're planning this, how we're communicating with in regards to these strikes, right? So it's very problematic from those standpoints right there, right? But when we look at correlating it to the distraction of the Epstein files, right? My issue is I had to come to the realization, Cuzzo, that there's more people in our country that support pedophile behavior than I originally thought, right? Because I was thinking that, well, only a minority of people would support, pedophile activities, pedophile behavior, right? But then when you look at this situation, right, and you covered Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton in their testimonies, right? And they're admitting to, hey, yeah, we took trips with Epstein and Miss Maxwell, right? They were taking trips with these people. And people knew. I mean, obviously, the general public probably was unaware of what was going on, but people on the inside knew these things were taking place, right? And then now you look at the Epstein files, and there's serious allegations on our current president in regards to having inappropriate conduct with children. And it seems like over 50% of the US population is okay with it. Also, Cuzzo, you got these conversations coming back up that these brothers had years ago on YouTube, right? Where they talked about that it's okay to date 12-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 14-year-olds. You even had Jack come up a couple of weeks ago talking about, oh, I don't know the difference between a 14-year-old and a 21-year-old, different things like that. But then when I thought about it, right? Let me ask you a question, Cuzzo. So when those brothers was having those conversations about the age of consent, right? And they're talking all these egregious things about 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 16-year-olds, marrying them and things of that nature. Did these brothers, you fast forward back now, did they get more support or less support since they had those conversations?
Definitely more support.
So if these brothers, if they got more support by expressing pedo views, right? And nobody seems to care that our president is involved in these pedo activities, or at least not enough people, because over half of the country still supports him, right? And then you got the Clintons up there, they testifying that, hey, yeah, we was, going on trips with these people and all these things. I'm like, how much do we really care about the children? How much do we really care about the children? And I'm disappointed in Shadow, right? I'm disappointed in Shadow because he didn't mention the 6 service members who lost their lives and their families, right? He don't really like to talk about the Epstein files and how they relate to our current president, right? And he probably didn't even know about Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and their investments and involvement in these drone technology companies that we're utilizing right now in this war, Operation Epic Fury, and that's going to enrich the pockets of the Trumps, right? And this is a black man. So I don't know what's going on with our people, but we need our people to wake up, man, and start standing for what's right, right? Do research, right? Because that's what I did, because you want to give the benefit of doubt to your leaders, right? So when they first came out and said, well, hey, we're going on these strikes, we're trying to get this regime change, and I understand the dynamics of Iran and that they're enemies with us and they're working with our enemies, supporting them with their drone technology and things of that nature, their oil, natural gas, all of that, right? So, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt and say, well, hey, if they accomplish their mission with minimal lives lost, okay, we can call that a victory. But then when I do my research and I discover these things about the Trump sons, and then now we're losing the lives of service members who thought they were coming home, and their families thought they were coming home, because when you get deployed to Kuwait, that's not a war zone. So you're thinking you're coming home, right? 6 of them aren't coming home. And then I think of these friendly fire incidents, that's a no-no. So you have to question what's going on and how this thing is being regulated and controlled, and who is doing the strategic planning, and what is actually the objective, right? Because I want somebody to tell me why the Trump children are involved in these drone technology companies and why we're utilizing those same drone technology companies in Operation Epic Fury. But peace and love, man. I'll wait for the response.
His
Now-
response was,
now-
oh, God.
Now that, all right. So first and foremost, the Trumps, I don't care if it's Eric, Erica, Jessica, Brittany, whoever, them having stock in a drone company has zero to do with the price of paying China. It comes to the fact that drones are still going to be used, irrespective of the company that produces them. That's a straw man. That's a straw man argument, if anything else, because you're just making the. Trust me, I'm getting there. So at the end of the day, while we can make a correlation based on where we can follow the money, this is why we decide to strike them. That makes absolutely no sense since we had already struck them before, irrespective of the situation. We've been striking them for literally months, years, decades. We've been fighting them for years. Obama struck them. Biden struck them. Trump struck them twice. I don't understand why we're trying to I understand people who have a beef with Trump. It is what it is. Second thing, let me go ahead and knock this nail in the head right now. The reason that I don't talk about the Epstein files is because I don't make a habit of talking about certain situations. Because again, my whole opinion is simple. If you are in the Epstein files and you are caught, or if you were in the room when some of this conduct was going down, you need to be arrested. End of story. Either you engaged in the conduct or you facilitated it. I don't care about nothing outside of that. Having the conversation and fixing the problem. If we're gonna get it, let's get that. Finally, so understand the reason I didn't bring up the service members is because in truth I didn't even think about it. I can always feel bad for the casualties of a war. I understand that. The friendly fire is still crazy to me because I don't understand how it even happened. But I am not militarily trained like a lot of people here are. So I can't speak on the issues of how it could have happened. Yes, their families lost. Hold on. Bond. You want to go. What's up, Bond?
I'm waiting for you to tell me when Obama or when Biden struck Iran. Can you tell me when that happened? I'm looking. Did he leave?
No, let me, he'd be.
Hey,
You
no,
heard the question, Shadow?
No, I heard the question. My phone's in my pocket. I'll have to pull it out.
I got you. I will need you to unmute you. Yeah, so you can answer the question, Shadow.
Y'all are asking for a win. I need to look and give you the exact information.
Well, yeah, but it didn't happen, and you saying it now.
Hold on.
But you
asked me a question, so I need to make sure if my statement's inaccuracy, then I'll answer it. Give me a second.
Go ahead, Bob.
well, yeah, I'm wondering because he's saying, because I know Trump is blaming Biden and Obama for him having to attack Iran, but I don't remember us dropping any bombs on Iran under Biden or Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Now they gave sanctions and things like that, right?
You're right.
Right, but I don't remember any bombs being dropped.
It's just like when I started to because the first day we did it, Bomb, I was just like, it was fresh. It was breaking news. I'm like, damn. And we don't really know what's going on. But now as things is coming out and we start to see what's actually happening over there, HT Baldwin, what's up? I don't see what are we actually doing over there because the regime ain't changing, because clearly the regime is not changing, as we can see now, as things is unfolded. We also see that this whole ceasefire thing is not working out the way how Donald Trump thought it was going to work. So all these things that
okay, I've got the information. Sorry. Okay. So initially, let me go back to it. Initially, Obama dropped over 10,000 airstrikes in Iraq and Syria. Bush then.
Wait, I thought we were talking about Iran.
Black superior of Pakistan, yeah,
Damn, say this is so long.
But see, this is the issue, Cuzzo, and I'm sure Bomb Cherry can attest to this, right? Because when we confront these brothers on somebody that they like that's involved in something that may be serious, right? The first thing they try to do is they'll go to the lengths of even over exaggerating things or making misleading statements on these people's behalf, right? To support them instead of saying, no, we need to cancel these people. We need to question these people, right? Because I'm willing to guarantee you this. If Corey Holcomb go live, right? How many people gonna show up for that live?
At least 3,000.
Right. So that means that those people support people who are involved or engaged in, whether physically or mentally, pedo behaviors and thoughts, right? As soon as you hear somebody talking about an underage girl in a sexual way, right? As a father, as a man, you should immediately distance yourself from them, right? The only types of conversations you should have with them or about them is condemning them, right? You should not be supporting them. You should not be caping for them. And you definitely shouldn't be making things up to try to justify their actions. This is ridiculous. And I need the brother Shadow to stop, right? Go back and do your research. Go back and get a full understanding of what's going on and then speak about it, right? Because you're making yourself sound crazy when the Queen Bomb Cherry asks you, when did Biden or Obama bomb Iran? And then now you're going to say what they did in the Iraq war and what they did in Syria? Come on, my brother. Be better than that. Peace and love.
Peace and love back. So first and foremost, I don't like that weak ass implication you just made. So I'm gonna knock that shit out right now. Number one, we, regardless of what side you're on, are still American citizens. Are we or are we not? I don't even care about the answer. We are. Because we are. And guess what? Right now, we have a president that is sitting right now, whether I don't give a who.
Okay, take back what you said.
No, I'm not.
The lie that you said about
I already
those
did moving forward. I already did moving forward.
No, you got to say
I'm
it.
pissed off now.
The people listening to you, right? And they probably saying, "Wow, they did it too," because that's what people keep saying.
No, correction.
So did
Correction.
they do
did not.
Did they do it?
Bond. You're right, because I may not have done that, so I'm gonna make sure to make a clear, undecisive
diplomats, right? They were diplomatic in their approach with Iran, which means there's other ways to get them to do things or stop doing things without bombing them. Do you agree with that?
That's not. I don't really care about none of that.
Oh,
but I will say,
we in the middle of dropping bombs on human beings with children, women, elderly, men. Like we do.
I will say this.
So why
you are right about Iran.
Oh my God.
I will say this. You are right about Iran.
That they people
that they had not. If you're gonna ask me two different questions, expect two different answers.
I asked you.
Are you asking two different questions?
Answered it yet?
You literally stopped me from answering it.
Were you wrong about them doing it too, like Trump did? Obama and Biden did it too. Are you wrong about that? Still no answer. And that's the problem.
And then Queen. So don't you get that same response when you ask these brothers about, well, why are you supporting this guy who was expressing these pedo views? Right? You heard him in a conversation saying he'll marry a 12-year-old.
Wait, there
How
goes.
can you justify that?
Hold up.
And
Hey, Bond. Sorry.
What response do you get from these brothers?
Bond, sorry, my phone glitched out. I had a phone call come on. But yes, I was wrong about Iran specifically. I already recanted that. But this is so you can hear clearly.
Trump been saying that. Trump says
well,
that
he's wrong too.
Okay, cool. Okay, good. That's my first time hearing you say that.
I don't mind saying when the man's out of pocket. Like, here's the thing, I don't give a damn about him as a person. I give a damn about him as the president. Those are two completely different.
But he's not a good person nor a good president.
I didn't hire a priest. We didn't hire a priest. We hired a president.
You who don't care about bombing human beings, like you do know that these are, they have a heartbeat, and every religious, they have a soul, and all of that, and you are okay with him just saying, blow him up.
So here's the sentence you're not gonna like. I believe at times violence is necessary. Yeah, unfortunately, I believe
diplomatic. Did he
yes.
do what Biden and Obama did do?
But here's the problem, right? And now here's the problem that y'all are missing. They actually did try the diplomatic way. That was that's been attempted over the last 20 years, including in Trump's first term.
And it's been working. It's been working.
Were they still enriching uranium? Were they still trying to produce a nuke? Were they still trying to produce nukes? If the answer to that is yes, if the answer to that is yes, then okay.
But I don't know. But what we do know is that at one point we was able to go have people look around their facilities. You didn't know that?
No, I knew that as well.
Okay, so and if they saw something, then they reported. And then if they didn't see it that way, the CIA had boots on the ground.
Okay, so Bond, here's the issue with that sentence though. And all the uranium that they were producing,
I'm muted. Hold on 1 second. This is not a pre-recorded stream, just for the people that think that it might be. This is live. You can hit the link. Anybody have agreement? Hold on. Relax. I'm running the show.
To the people.
I'm talking to the people, not you. You good? Okay. And so anybody that want to join the conversation, you can hit the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Hit the likes, hit the shares. That's what we really actually need. And if you have $1, I appreciate that as well. Go ahead, chat.
It's wild that the sentence is pre-recorded when we're live action arguing right now. Like, whether and all.
It's okay.
But no, Bob, so here's my issue. And like I said, I can understand where you're coming from. There are diplomatic ways to handle things. Their explanations for why they were still enriching uranium at first, well, we were enriching it for medical purposes. Okay, well, why are you getting so much? Oh, well, you can't tell us we can't. Actually, we can because of this deal. When they started going in access of the deal that they made, that they agreed to, then yeah, hey, you need to end up stopping that. Otherwise, we have much bigger problems.
Yes, and then there was ways to deal with that, which we have been dealing with. They had talks. We sanctioned them, right? The other people was against them and sanctioned them as well. You don't go and just start bombing them unless another country wants you to, and they gonna benefit for it, right? So we do know what happened, and we do know that we are with those people. But I think it was either Biden or Obama went in and talked to both sides. Am I right about that, Sharon? I think that's what he did.
Yes, you are. You actually, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, very good. Absolutely. You cooking right now.
So there was there's no reason to bomb people unless there's a reason. You know, if there's a reason, then there's a reason. That should be extreme route to take.
Bomb. What is your reason? What would be a good enough reason for you to bomb somebody?
If they bomb us,
that's number one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
if we can actually really show some that they have some nefarious acts and they was going to do something, we have proof that they was going to do something to a bunch of people. Like, we need something.
That's still reactionary. So let me ask this: what about?
What you mean reactionary? That's why we have the CIA doing the investigation.
Here's why I said reactionary. Again, I'm using specific words right now for a reason.
Okay.
Because the first thing Bomb said is if they bomb us first. That is literally by fucking definition reactionary.
Okay, that's one.
It's,
that was
we are
one of them.
responding.
One of the reasons.
We are
Okay,
responding to
hold on.
what
So
they
that's
did.
one. All right. So that one reason. So you could address that one reason, but also
Okay,
address the next one
now
as
addressing the second. Okay, now addressing the second, the one that you brought up. Specifically, if we're doing it in response to them preparing for another attack, we are still reacting to their pre-action. We're reacting to their planning, right? Hold on. That by definition, those are still reactionary responses, meaning that something could happen or something did happen immediately and we intervened or we decided to respond.
Right, because
I'm saying-
people in other countries have the right to live the way how they want to live. If they are peaceful and we have proof that they are not trying to do anything to nobody, then we should not be bombing them.
Okay, so now I'm going to bring up what my response is. There's something called an existential threat. If you are an existential threat, and I mean a legitimate one, meaning that you have either done or stated something specifically that is an immediate threat to someone or something, you are an existential threat. If you, as the leader of your country, goes on a constant rant about saying, and I quote, "death to America,"
Do you know what existential threat is defined as? Because I don't think you're using it right. I don't think you know what the word means, the term means. Do you know what it means? Because I had to look it up. I the way you're using it, I've never really heard it used that way before. Do you know what it means?
Yeah, it's an immediate and or imminent threat. It is a type of threat. Hold on, it is a type of threat that can and will produce a sufficient harm. That is an existential threat.
It just means a threat to people's existence. That's it. It's not. It doesn't mean the way you're using it. You're using it as if you're saying that is immediate. Maybe
I need you to explain how that's not the same thing.
Maybe I'm hearing it wrong, but the way you're using it, like it's this special threat. But bombing is a threat to people's existence, right?
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
So
I'm not saying that we did not become an existential threat. I'm saying we actually became the threat. We did exactly what we said we were going to do. Hold on. Now, let me explain this. Bob, if somebody walked up to you, and again, just please use this as a theoretical statement, and they said, "Bob, I'm going to blank you," right?
Right.
And you found that, is that considered an existential threat to you? Is that a threat to you?
It's a threat, yes.
Right.
But it doesn't mean like it would be illegal if I just took some action and bombed them away, right? Without any proof that they was gonna do it. Right?
Okay. Okay. Hold on.
That they are able to do it.
So no, I love that, Bob, because you're actually you're walking. No, it was. So let me continue. So now,
I got a Cash App question for you after you answer that.
Okay. So now they've been actually engaging in conduct that actually could move toward that threat, i.e., they've been creating a nuclear program again, despite the fact that they said they wouldn't. They have the best long-range weapon system in that area. And again, wait, am I muted?
No, you good.
No, okay. So again, now they're actually taking actions to become a threat, not just, and I'll give y'all this for the ally statement, because I don't feel the same way y'all do about them, but I'll say that if they are a threat to our immediate and direct allies, they are still a threat to us as well, because those alliances are necessary. That one specific, I'm not going to speak on that because I got my feelings against them. But
all right. So I think you dropped that. Interesting. Also, the Cash App, it says, Shadow, why Trump isn't bombing North Korea?
So here's my belief on why Trump isn't bombing North Korea specifically. Because North Korea actually is a much bigger threat than Iran is in realism. Because Iran willing to work, at least willing to make a quote unquote deal. North Korea.
Hold on. Yeah, repeat that.
The Iranian nuclear deal, was that not a thing that was pinned during Obama's time?
No. We want you to restate what you said about not bombing North Korea.
I don't believe North Korea. I believe North Korea is an actual bigger. I think they're an actual bigger threat as a whole. I believe Kim Jong Il and then Un are bigger issues. They just don't play the game the same way other people.
Wow. This is
So why we didn't bomb them?
I don't feel like
Why? And we know that they definitely want debt to Americans, right? Without a doubt. Why he messing with them?
wow.
To my knowledge, I haven't seen them actually make any direct threats towards America in this term. That's my belief. Iran made live videos in the last 2 weeks. The major leader made videos of the death to America, burning of the American flag within the last 14 days.
Mm.
But he can't do it anymore. So I don't care.
You know what happened during the Korean War? You know what happened?
No, I'm not a dictator. So no, what happened?
Never mind. It's a long story, but
okay. If you need me to look it up, I'll look it up later. But
yeah, no, you
give me a
never look it up. But when I'm saying North Korea, right, split off from South Korea, right, and it was during the Korean War. They even killed some of their people. In fact, I think the Russians is who really controlled North America for a long time. So you got to do your research on your history, and then you'll know who is our real enemy. Like Russia is our real enemy, and they wish that.
Mom, was the Korean War whenever they split between communism and South Korea kind of had that democratic hostile, like they switched their political system.
But hold on. So the part that you're missing before we go into, we don't really necessarily have to go into. The problem is that you're saying that they are a bigger threat, but yet nobody wants to go ahead and do anything to them. So you're saying get the smaller threat is the problem. It doesn't. The logic is not logicking. That's the problem that we have with what you say in your statement, right? So like, regardless of what that is, it just doesn't seem like it's true. Let me also hold on 1 second. Let me see if this is go on mute real quick, Josh, while I bring somebody up. Welcome to the show. Is that you, Chaotic?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Welcome to the show, Chaotic Truth. Good day, sir. How you doing? What is your thoughts? Can you give us some goddamn clarity on what the hell is going on in Iran?
Well, Iran, and salute to you. Iran used to be a very liberal nation before the Iranian Revolution in '79, and it became a hyper Islamic state. And the people obviously have been oppressed. There's a gentleman who calls into my channel whose family fled Iran in 80 or 81 when he was a child, and it's about time, man, that region becomes more liberal. You know, it's
more liberal. I thought you was a conservative. You should have.
Yeah, well, it should be.
Nothing was going on there. That's what y'all want here. You MAGA heads want that here.
Well, let me finish talking, Bomb Cherry. Before.
Okay, well, I don't know why I have to. I'm not here right now to control me.
Cut me off.
So what I'm saying is, until he get that, you're not gonna be able to control me neither, unless Brownsville is here.
He finish what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, you just literally cut me off.
I'm being good, Sharon. I'm being good.
So, you know, I did many reports on it, man. But you know, a lot of the individuals in Iran have zero to no rights, particularly the women, and Iran supports Islamic terrorists as well. So destabilizing their government and replacing it with a more progressive government that's more Western would definitely be a benefit to the Western powers, right? So that's one of the reasons why preemptive action was taken. And
so can I ask you a question about that first reason? Chaotic Truth.
Christ, man.
I don't want you to move on to a second reason before I question you on that first reason, my brother. And peace and love to you. Peace and love to you, by the way.
Peace to you as well, brother. Go ahead.
So my question to you, Chaotic Truth, is do you know of any other repressive regimes in the world, and That's my first question.
Yeah, North Korea is an example of a oppressive regime. There have been extensive documents on, satellite images of labor camps. There's been people who have defected from the nation, have done extensive interviews with American journalists. Joe Rogan did an interview with a female who family fled North Korea, but North Korea pretty much is worship of not just the state, but Kim Jong Un, and his family, his lineage. So, it's just it's many oppressive regimes on this planet, man. Many governments that I wouldn't want to live under. So and again, they're making impressive inroads.
So my second question is,
sure, go ahead.
Should we strike all of the oppressive regimes using your logic in order to liberate the people?
No, not at all. No, not at all. But you do have a lot of neocons now. And a neocon is an individual who is conservative, but they want to dibble and dabble in foreign affairs. And generally speaking, a lot of conservatives had like a live and let live, but dabbling in different governments and how they should be ran is a big controversy on both sides of the aisle in America, and has always been. If it were up to me, I would just let these countries just be, to be honest with you. But obviously, there's
so gotta go to your second point, because your first point was already debunked.
Go ahead, buddy.
No, go ahead. Go with your second point.
So yeah, again, man, I would keep my fingers out of the pot if I were in charge. But obviously, with me being a sheep, there's probably security risk out there that we don't even know about. And maybe it is a good thing that the United States government and many other Western governments topple these regimes, because we don't really know about these existential threats, right? We live in the lap of luxury in America, and we don't really know what takes place globally and how many times the United States protects the citizens here in America. So maybe these things are good. Because certainly I would never want to live under any Islamic state or any hyper Islamic state, any theocracy. So yeah.
But I guess the question was, why would you support this specific operation? And your first response was, well, because it was a oppressive regime.
Well, I support my country. As much as I don't like certain things, I support the United States of America and what we do. And if we one day wake up and say we are imperialist, I support imperialism. This is the greatest country on the planet, man, and I've pretty much have cakewalked through life. And so, yeah, me personally, I do believe that the Iranians should handle their own problems, right? If the people want revolution, which they've been marching and protesting and getting gunned down, then that's up to them to free themselves. But if America says, nah, we want to come in there because you guys are supporting terrorism abroad in the Middle East, then so be it at this point. So I get what you're trying to ask me, but I support America, man. 100%.
Yeah, and I support America too, my brother. A matter of fact, I served my country in both Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom, right? Yes. So I support my country as well. But are you aware of the conflict of interest within the Trump family in regards to these drone wars? So you do know, right, that most of the fire that has been exchanged between Iran and the U.S. is being conducted via drones. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, drones have become the conventional method of war now, and it's a dirty business. But as long as the United States of America, is targeting, military sites, and they're making sure that civilian sites are not being hit, then so be it. And I'm going to take it a step further. as long as Israel is in the Middle East, the United States of America has every right or every duty to protect that nation from
Wow.
uh, from any Muslim state that poses a threat to Israel's existence.
So
Yeah,
are you aware of the
go ahead.
conflict of interest within the Trump family in regards to these drone wars? Like, did you know that both Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. are heavily involved and invested in two different drone companies with government contracts?
Yeah, government
Do you
contracts are.
see that? Do
Yeah.
you see that as a conflict of interest? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a conflict of interest, but it's the same old gameplay. If I'm a weapons dealer, I'm not gonna just sell weapons to one side. I'm gonna sell weapons to both sides of engagement.
Hmm.
That's just me. That's just human nature. So I get what you were saying, but it's a dirty business, man. It's a dirty racket, and it's never gonna change. We are apes, and um, we just we don't go to warfare with spears anymore. We go to warfare with drones now, satellites. So yeah, like I'm gonna say it again, man. And I'm pretty sure a lot of men will agree with this. If I'm a weapons dealer, I want all the money possible. So if one side is fighting another side and they both are purchasing weapons for me, shit, I don't give a shit. I mean, I just want to sell weapons. I don't care. And
And
this is something.
so
Oh, go
are
ahead.
you aware? Are you aware of the mismanagement, or at the very least miscommunication, in regards to these operations that's ongoing in Operation Epic Fury? Epic Fury, for example, right? There was some friendly fire incidents in Kuwait where we had three F-15Es shot down by the Kuwaiti air defense system, right? Do you see that as problematic?
Again, man, I'm just gonna have to say no, man. I understand that war. I never seen war, but I can understand that war is dirty, and mishaps occur. Um, Friendly fire incidents happen all the time, but you could also argue that friendly fire incidents are so minuscule that it doesn't even matter to the overall engagement. So those are just casualties of war at this point. And I'm pretty sure you've
Wow.
experienced that when you were in the military.
What?
Soldiers in your unit. You know, um, Miscommunication. You may be in an area that wasn't evacuated, and you're getting bombarded with your own hellfire from your own. From however it's done, but these things happen, man. They've always happened. They've gotten better. I mean, it's better. It probably was more horrible in Vietnam, but you have better communication now.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't believe that you know this is just a minuscule incident, right? Because each one of those F-15s are cost $100 million to make, so that's
Yeah.
$300 million down the drain early on in this operation. It just speaks to the larger issue of mismanagement, right? And then I'm just gonna cut to the chase, right?
Sure.
Because your whole premise was you support your country, right? So you're saying, hey,
Yeah.
I'm gonna support my country no matter what. And I get that. I understand that, right?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is you don't care if it's nefarious activity going on or if it's real productive activity for the betterment of our country that's going on. You're going to
Is
support it either way, whether
Yeah.
we're doing evil or we're
Yeah.
doing good.
It's yeah.
Chaotic truth is going to support. Is that
As long as my country are killing our enemies, I'm all for it. I'm all for it, man. I for example, Islam is one of the most, if not it's the most horrible institution created in the last couple of thousand years. And when it becomes too radical, you breed a hyper theocracies, right? And you see that in Iran, you see that in you saw it in Yemen, you know, when the Houthis took over the west coast of Yemen. You saw it in where else was hyper Islam? You see it all over, right? It like, for example, in I want to say in not in Iraq, maybe, because I know Iraq is like half and half Christian and Islam. But when you see these people become radicalized, you can see the danger in Islam. For example, a lot of Islam, from what I see or have seen, they want to live in the goddamn Stone Age. And this is why a place like Afghanistan is not progressing. Now, people could say, well, they've had a continuous culture for blah, blah, blah many years and they're doing fine. Well, how fine are they doing, man, when they're, you know, what industries are there? You know,
is it our business in their country?
Again, I'm not a neocon. Again, I'm not a neocon. I really think that I just said it before. I said I really believe that we should focus on just America and the interest of America nationally. And if I were in control, I wouldn't concern myself with, you know, how a government should run overseas, man. But again, I'm just going to say it again. I put my trust in this great country. And if this country wants to kill insurgents and kill, you know, radical Islamists, then so be it. You know, it's like,
so are you aware? So
before you go, cuz I got a question on Cash App for Chaotic Truth. Chaotic, why didn't you enlist?
I didn't enlist because at the time it was 2003 when I was in high school, when I graduated, and I was brainwashed into believing in the industrial education complex. I mean, I grew up in an educated family. Most of my friends' families were educated. So I thought going to school would have been the better thing to do. But looking back at it, I probably would have enlisted. I was me personally, I'm not making any.
Can you enlist now? Are you still young enough?
I wouldn't enlist now. I'm too old.
Okay.
But the thing is that I think most men in America should serve at least 2 years in the military, 2 or 3 years in the military, whatever.
Didn't you just say you would never enlist?
Yeah,
I was brainwashed.
He's the exception. But
yeah, I was brainwashed. No, I'm not just saying the exception. I said, I'm telling you what it was. I'm answering the Cash App. I was brainwashed in high school to enter into college, and now looking back at it, you know, 90% of college is bullshit. So looking back at it, it's a regret. It's a regret that I didn't enlist.
Okay, got that.
Yeah.
So you mentioned, you know, you have some Islamophobic views, right? You know, almost 4 million Americans practice Islam, right? Not only that,
yeah,
freedom
it's a
of
horrible religion, man. Yeah.
Freedom of religion is a pillar of our country, right? And
correct.
You know, in the First Amendment,
without a doubt,
of the United States Constitution.
Yes.
Right? So, so that whole Islamic phobic, you know, diatribe you went on, is of no consequence, right? Doesn't really make sense.
But am I not free to have my opinion about Islam?
No, you're free.
Okay.
You're free to have your opinion, but you got to understand you express yourself as someone who has Islamophobic views, right? So that's kind of problematic, right?
Yes, I am an Islamophobe. Yes.
Let me ask you this question, right?
Go ahead,
I want to pivot to what Sharon talked about first, which was the Epstein files, right? Because there's a correlation between what's going on now and the Epstein files, right? So because you support your country, you say, hey, I love my country and I'm willing to support them through thick and thin as long as we're killing our enemies, right? That was your response. So as long as we're killing our enemies, right? And the leader of our country say, well, you know what? We are no longer gonna look at pedophiles and pedophile behavior as bad or nefarious, right? We're gonna just focus on killing our enemies, but we're gonna now create a country to where we're giving pedophiles a safe haven, because in the Epstein files, right? Nobody's been prosecuted. They don't want to, unredact everything so that we can get all the information, right? It's a lot of smoke and mirrors that has been put out. So what if that happens? What if within the next 5 years they say, hey, well, pedophiles are okay with us, but we're still going to kill our enemies? Would that be okay for Chaotic Truth? Yes.
No, and I would immediately leave the country and go to an African country and live. I would never ever want to live in a country that supports PDF-philia. Absolutely not. It's absolutely disgusting. So no, I wouldn't support that.
Okay, and I mean I appreciate that response, right? Because there's something strange going on in our country to where we're giving excuses for those type of jokes, right? For those type of conversations where men are getting online expressing views of dating and marrying 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, and 16-year-olds. And me, as a father, I don't know if you're a father, sir, but I'm a father of a 15-year-old girl. So I find the direction that our country is going to be very alarming and problematic, right? So even though I support my country, there's certain red lines and there's certain things that when they happen, I have to speak out and rebel against it, right? Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. That's you have the right to assemble. You have the right to protest. You have the right to redress your government. So absolutely. So if your government did something that went against your morals, then you have every right to protest the government and set up committees and set up institutions that can combat that. That's the beauty of this great country that was founded.
So do you believe that everybody that's in those Epstein files right now, that's alleged to be having engaged in all these different type of nefarious conduct with kids, do you believe we need to prosecute them all immediately? Yes or no?
If you've engaged in any act against an underage person and it can be proven, then yes, you should be prosecuted, and the law should get you up out of here, to be honest with you. Absolutely.
Also,
and do you support, and the last question, do you support them to release the unredacted Epstein files so that all of America can see exactly who did what?
Yeah, I mean, again, I was pissed off when I was looking at this files and every goddamn page had a black box over everybody and people and words. I'm like, why did y'all redact this? Just release it all. So yeah, you are correct. I would want to see a unredacted release of the files. Yes.
And you're totally against PDF conversations, right? You're totally against men who express the view of marrying 12-year-olds, 16-year-olds, and all of those things.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I despise Islam, because if we lived under Islam, that would happen.
But isn't the guy that you talking about that left Iran, isn't he, and doesn't he support those same type of conversations?
What guy?
The guy that you said fled from since he
no, absolutely not. No, he's an atheist for one, and he's very, very progressive. So no, he doesn't support that at all.
I'm pretty sure I heard him say things about young girls, but
no,
I don't have it exact, so I'm gonna just leave it there. Also, it says Cash App, Chaotic is like Trump, a fake patriot. Shut up. Okay. And so they tell you to shut up. Okay, war is hell. Always. Also, thank you, Yogi Fish. Also, we got Kulu live stream with the $5. North Korea has nuclear weapons. Iran has 90 million people. North Korea has 26 million people. The reason no one messes with North Korea is because they have nukes. Shout out to Taiwan with the $6. This is for my fine. I got a potty mouth because over here in Chaotic Truth, we try not to say the N-word or F-bombs anymore. It is a $2 fine, so now you know. Go ahead. Welcome to the show, AR, a random independent. Would you have any commentary for us right now?
Hey, good morning. Not too much. No, other than I think it's kind of weird hearing someone say, whatever the U.S. does, I'm gonna stand behind. If they want to do this, I'm gonna stand behind them. It's like, where do you have no like integrity? Because then on the second hand, you then say if you were an arms dealer, you would deal to both sides. So on one hand, you say you stand by your country through thick and thin. On the other hand, you say you would aid and abet our enemies as long as it made you money if you were an arms dealer. And I was just trying to get clarification on that.
Yeah, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. We live in a global market, and the very same technology that are in drones, right, are created by the Chinese or in Taiwan, and you got to think about it, man. They're selling drone technology to most, if not all, countries on the planet. We still continue to do business with them, man. To be honest with you, man. So it's a global market, man. If America was at war, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. If I'm a global arms dealer, hey, it is what it is, man. I'm gonna sell weapons, man. It is what it is, pal. So unless America wants to buy me out, hey, I have every right to participate in a global capitalist system.
Yeah, but you were saying that
so it sounds like someone just said a fake patriot, because that, to me, that doesn't sound like it. It seems like you put on well, it's not their opinion. You elaborate and you show us that what their opinion, I guess, is true. So it went from opinion because that was what they said, and then I asked you to clarify, and then you go, yeah, I am a fake patriot because I don't put America. I don't. You did. You just didn't say it in those words. But when you say, "Oh well, if I can make money off of it, I'm gonna betray America," like it's a globalized world, so I'm just gonna. I don't mind if my bombs or if my munitions are used to kill Americans because hey, I made money. It's a globalized world, baby. I made money, so who cares? That's what you said.
Well, listen, bro. Let's be honest about it, man. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah, we're trying to be honest, but you keep on backtracking. I know you guys in that little circle over there with the maggot hats and all that do this a lot, but kind of. You at some point, I would just expect you guys to make a stand or something. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't seem like you.
Do you know how many weapons, or do you know how many weapons the U.S. exports to the Middle East?
That doesn't matter because we're talking about you personally. We're talking about you personally. It doesn't matter. We're talking about you personally. We're talking about what you. We're talking about your hypocrisy.
You're arguing with me about nothing. I'm telling you what I do. I would participate.
We know what you would do.
The very same global game
what you would do.
that everybody else participates in.
That's
the United States arms dealers. They sell weapons to enemy nation states. Okay. And okay, now what?
So you're saying, for example, I'm very pro American.
No, you're not. You're not.
If
you're so pro American,
if I had
smash your phone up right now. That's made in China. Your phone is made in China, right? Smash your phone up.
Okay, so if I had
your camera on right now and just smash it against the
manufacturing company, for example, I
wouldn't have to use an iPhone. You have an iPhone, right? You have an iPhone.
No, I don't have an iPhone.
Okay. So you have a Samsung then, right? So smash your Samsung.
I don't have a Samsung. But anyway.
You're so pro-America, bro. But everything around you is made in another country.
So
everything around you, probably up in your Ford, are made in another country.
Are you that upset that you're going to talk the whole time? You want to calm down?
You going to calm down? Upset.
Are you going to calm down?
Everything around you is made in another country.
Go off, CT. No, you wanted to get it off your chest. Get it off your chest.
Okay, I'm gonna get it off my chest.
Yeah, go ahead, because you weren't stopping.
We are all a part of the same hypocrisy. It's just that at least I will admit it, brother. You are not that pro-American. You don't live off the land. You don't eat your own food. You get goods bought in on international cargo ships from other countries,
because that's how.
And sometimes even for enemy countries.
That's pro-America.
And so the thing of the matter is, man, you are a globalist like me.
Yep.
You are participating in a global game. Yes,
America.
I am an American. But sir, the reality of the situation is this, man. We have to rely on a global marketplace now. This is not the 1920s.
I agree, but is that what Trump doing? Because
No,
remember, it's
Bon Cherry,
still-
please.
Globalist.
Let me finish talking to him. So again,
Well, I gotta
there's
just
a
let
huge
you
difference
speak.
between buying
Okay,
a phone from wherever, which has parts made in everywhere, except Iran, North Korea. Like,
I guess he was the only one who could say that shit he's saying. Huh? Okay.
So there's a difference between buying that and selling arms. If you were an arms dealer, you're saying you would go to these countries. They would say, "Hey, we're going to use your arms to kill Americans." You're going, "Hey, that's business, baby."
Of course not.
Yeah, you did say that. You said you would sell arms to both sides.
Bro,
what does both sides mean in a war? What does both sides mean in a war? What does both sides mean in a war? What does both sides mean in a war?
Brother,
what does both sides mean in a war?
I would sell arms.
Just relax, bro. Just answer the question. Relax and answer the question.
I would sell arms at the current market value to any country.
Yeah,
if somebody came to me and said, "Oh, we need arms to kill Americans," of course I wouldn't do that. But if you come to me and you say, "I'm selling,"
so we backtracking.
And say, "I need to purchase arms," I'm gonna sell the arms at the current market value.
Yep. To any which countries? To which countries? To which countries?
You guys live in fantasy world.
CT, sir, to which countries in a war?
Bro, let me ask you a question. Who do you think
which countries in a war? CT, stop trying to change the subject.
These governments.
All right. Iran doesn't have an arms industry?
They do, actually. They
okay, all right. So does Lockheed Martin sell the F-35 to Iran? Does Iran have any F-35s?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Well, then what are you talking about that that all defense manufacturers sell weapons to our enemies? You said that. So what do you mean by that if you don't know what they're selling and who they're selling it to?
Again.
Can you actually, as a matter of fact, you can put in the back chat, you can put in the regular chat or mod cam. Can you send us a link to the contract that Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, or any other defense contractor has with North Korea, Iran?
Again, sir.
Could you do that for us?
Are you going to pretend that the United States of America? Are you going to pretend that
circle back and backtrack?
Are you going to pretend that arms dealers in America have not sold arms to questionable nation states? And we don't even have that many.
Is a questionable nation state both sides of the war?
Am I not saying? What do you want me to say, bro? Are you pretending that the United States of America? Are you defending that defense companies in America do not sell arms and other weapons to other nations? Are you kidding me, bro? What are you talking about,
sir? I don't have to defend any defense manufacturers, because we're talking about what you claim to be and what you would do if you were a defense manufacturer. It doesn't matter what these other ones do. Okay, we're talking about you personally.
I'm not a defense.
You talk about how you're so patriotic and all this other stuff. And if you were a defense manufacturer, you're saying you would sell weapons to both sides of a war.
I would sell weapons to China. Yes.
We're not talking about China, though. We're talking about both sides of a war. You said in a war, I would sell weapons to both sides. So that means that if we were, for example, at war with China, you would sell weapons to them. Otherwise, there's no both sides. If they're not at war, it's not two sides, correct? There's not both sides at that point. All right. Good talk, man.
Let me.
All right, Boncher, you got it.
Sharon, these guys, they live in a fantasy world. U.S. arm dealers are heavily regulated by the U.S. government, right? What on earth do these guys think takes place at a global level, man? The same technology that are in Chinese tanks are also in American tanks, in American submarines. The same technology. These people don't understand the world, bro. It's just like something as small as the food industry in America. Do you realize the food industry is tied to two companies in America? Two. So your cheese, all your cheese at Burger King, McDonald's, whenever you go out to eat, do you know it comes from just two manufacturers? Do these people not understand what's going on this planet? do people not
man
understand?
just yapping.
Do
Boy
on.
just yapping.
Hold on.
you guys
CT.
not understand
Hold
how
on.
this planet works? Go ahead.
So CT, but the thing is not we're not talking about what these companies are doing because we know they are not American. They are damn near anti-American, right? They'd do anything to harm Americans. They would sell guns and arms to people or countries that's willing to harm Americans. And so if you are in a stance that you are only
Let me be clear.
American
Let me
and
be
you
clear.
had the ability to sell arms.
Let me be clear. Because what you did is dirty, Brandon.
What?
Because if you rewind it, I said two countries,
man.
and you brought up America.
Okay.
Sir, it is against the law.
I brought up America, and then you
Sell
agreed.
weapons.
I would
First
sell
of all,
weapons
it's
to both
against the
sides.
law to sell weapons if there's an act of conflict between America and anybody
All right,
else.
so he was doing his Google.
You could best believe. Okay, let me be clear. You could best believe
try that.
if it were not America, I'd sell weapons to two armed countries, two countries in a conflict. Of course, I would.
Okay, there you go. That's better.
Okay.
You backtracked
How
and you
about
finally
this
figured out how to
clear?
get to the guy.
Okay. You guys
You weren't clear the first time, and then you backtracked, and then you
Well, you guys
Googled, and you was
cut me
like,
off
"How
every
can I?
2
How can I?"
seconds, So I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Is that what happened? Because I didn't speak while you were saying it the first time. That's how I heard
Go ahead,
it.
buddy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Right. So I think that's where the fake patriot thing comes from. If you're willing to
It's not even just that, because it's also, oh well, if America does it, I'm not going to argue. Like, how is that American? America was founded on debate. It was founded on arguments. It was founded on Federalists versus anti-Federalists, and that was what America was: states' rights versus federal. Like, what are you talking about? If America chooses to do it, I'm not going to go against it. Like, debate is intertwined in America. That is what America stands for. Differing views coming together and figuring out compromises and how best to move forward. Not, oh, this is what we're going to do, so everybody fall in line. Nobody questioned it at all. That's not what America's about. So, it's a typical thing in that sphere where they, say they're American this, pro-American that, whatever. And it's really just they're kind of selfish. They see this leader, they kind of like him a lot. They like to call him daddy. And they just follow whatever he says. So whatever they think that he would say, that is what they say. And then they say pro-America. It doesn't really make sense.
Also, I got a cash app. It says CT love for the U.S. involves helping the enemy. Sheesh. That's kind of crazy. Let me read some. Did I read all the super chats? I believe so. Oh, nope. It says AR the King. It says Kimmy West. CT a tether, god damn it. What you tethering to now, Chaotic Truth? Kim West with the $2. AR is cooking.
You guys don't understand the world. Okay, because let's forget about Sharon. The fact that the United
to be
States
fair, you brought up technology.
Let's forget about the fact that the United States government. Let's forget about the fact that the United States government left hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons, planes, etc. in Afghanistan. Let's forget about that. Let's forget about.
Okay, so now I'm glad that you brought that up. So now you're saying that because you agree that we should have did. So you agree with this whole situation with Iran, correct? Because you agree that we should have.
Do I agree that Iran should be toppled as a government? Yes.
All right. So now when we go with what happened before, that means we're going to bring in all types of equipment, leave it over there, hundreds of millions of dollars. As Browser brought up earlier, those two planes is about 300 million a piece. Like all of this stuff is just 80. That's about 80 million to 80 billion dollars out the window with nothing coming back because we ain't getting nothing back from the other ones. And as of right now, this is some kind of regime change war. And guess what happened? The regime ain't changed. So how is this supporting the war is pro-American is my question.
Because we want to make sure that Israel is safe and secure, and Israel remains a buffer in the Middle East. There's a lot of radical Islam or Islamic factions in the Middle East. And we want to make sure that Western philosophy, Western civilization runs and reigns supreme. for the next 1,000 years. Let me tell you guys something, Sharon. Islam is a terrible thing. It's terrible, man. They want to live like it's in the 3rd century. Do you know that Islam, Sharon, the nation, the Islamic people, or the religion itself, were the biggest slavers in human history? Did you know that? What comes out of Islam?
What's the relevance?
What comes out of Islam?
Religion.
What comes good out of Islam? Just what comes good out of it? What's good about it?
Well, for one, you have the rights right now that you have largely due to the Nation of Islam and how they were able to congregate and get together to fight against the oppression that was going on in this great country right here, right? Are you aware of that? I'm sure you heard of El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, better known as Malcolm X, right?
I've heard of the traitor. Yeah,
probably read his book.
Wow. Yeah, he was a traitor. Yeah,
that is insane.
I think you probably just need to do a little bit more research. Because you're saying he was a traitor. A traitor against who? A traitor against people who
he was a traitor by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Like
the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he was a traitor, and people in the nation said he was a traitor. And Farrakhan, out of his own mouth, says if we dealt with him like he was a traitor,
and that's
what the
funny,
hell
right?
business is it of anybody else?
Now
so he was a traitor.
Hold on. Let's slow it down.
Hold on.
Hold on. This is the problem that we have, right? So you say he's a traitor, and thank you, Beachy. I'm gonna bring you in very shortly. Thank you, Beachy, for bringing us on to Twitter. Thank you so much for your presence. I really appreciate you. And so who he was a traitor to is the question, because you're saying he's a traitor, because we are talking about nation and the country. Is he a traitor to the country, or was he a traitor to a specific person?
I got a point because he brought up. Hold on. Chaotic Truth. I heard you. You brought up the honorable or dishonorable, however you want to call him, Elijah Muhammad. Right now, I find it ironic that the reason why Malcolm X distanced himself from Elijah Muhammad was due to the investigation where it was uncovered that he himself was fornicating with teenage girls. He himself, right?
Who is he? Who's he himself? Is that Malcolm X or is that Elijah? Malcolm X was messing with minors.
Malcolm X discovered, right, that Elijah Muhammad was fornicating with teenage secretaries who was working on his behalf, right?
And you're still calling him the honorable? You still call Elijah
I said
Muhammad
honorable or dishonorable, however you want to call it.
Gotcha.
Right, that's what I said. Right, so I'm noticing a pattern with Chaotic Truth. Right, so he sides with Elijah Muhammad, right, against Malcolm X, and then he also sides with Trump, right? Even though there's serious allegations in the Epstein files that haven't been redacted yet, that shows that he has engaged in conduct with underage girls in a sexual way, right? But I haven't heard Chaotic Truth distance himself from Trump. So it's all starting to make sense. You said, Chaotic Truth, you said you was against PDF files and people making incendiary jokes and people, having conversations saying they were married 12-year-old, 16-year-old girls. You said you was against all that, right? But this is the second example of you willing to slander an honorable man on behalf of somebody who is an alleged PDF file. Can you explain yourself, sir?
Again, alleged means absolutely nothing, man. Donald Trump has not been indicted and found guilty of being a PDF file. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to my knowledge, though he was accused, the teenage secretary, if I'm not mistaken, was an 18-year-old. But nevertheless, man, this country is based on systems and institutions, man. And until Trump is convicted, and until the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is convicted, now he's been dead for quite some time, then you're speaking into a microphone, buddy. And I support the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I support.
And that's the thing.
I don't support
hasn't
Malcolm
been
X.
convicted, right? Those brothers who are going on panels talking about, oh, it's okay to marry 12-year-olds and marry 16-year-olds.
What does that have to
They
do
haven't
with?
been convicted, right?
What does
But
that have
yet,
to do
when
with
I
me?
asked you, see, here's the thing. Here's where you're double speaking chaotic truth. Because my brother, I asked you, I said, would you align yourself with those types of individuals?
I
didn't
align
say they were
myself with the
convicted.
Honorable
Hold on,
Elijah
my
Muhammad.
brother.
Yes.
I did not say that they were convicted, right? I said that these brothers are expressing and espousing views of PDF file behavior.
Who
right?
is? Who?
You said
Who?
I gave you the examples. I said,
Who?
hey, if guys are saying it's okay to marry 12-year-olds, okay to marry 16-year-olds, guys are making lewd sexual jokes about minors, right? These aren't guys who have been convicted of anything, right? Because you can be a PDF file without being convicted of anything.
Did
right?
Trump do that?
I'm sure you're intelligent enough to understand that.
I'm asking you, did Trump do that?
To land it, when we go to the Epstein files, right?
Sure.
We all understand that there is thousands of pages to where Trump is engaging in some type of conduct with some individuals that are PDF files, right? Not only is he engaging in conduct with them, like flying on their private jets multiple times a year, but also there's serious allegations within those files that accuses him of engaging in harming young
Really?
children.
Like where in the files? Because I went over the files on my show. Where in the files that accuses them of
unredacted files, the unredacted
files,
the files that the Congress have seen, right? Congressman Lew, for example, spoke about that and said, hey, when we release the unredacted files, you will see these serious allegations that Trump is associated with, right? So what I'm saying is, you're saying on one hand, well, yeah, we should distance ourselves from these guys, even if they're not convicted. But when it comes to people you like or support, you're willing to fight tooth and nail unless they get a conviction. That's called being a double-minded man, my brother. And a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. Peace and love.
Okay, so I guess we good right there. Let me also welcome into the show BGO8, and then we also got Stanley. BGO8, what is your thoughts? And then we got Stanley, what is your thoughts? And let's get back into the conversation.
What's up, guys? Shout out, y'all. Shout out to Twitter fam. I'm gonna jump. Let them get it first because I'm trying to. Some people on Twitter.
You're doing your work. Okay, you're doing your work.
The people on Twitter are asking for your channel, so I'm trying to give them that. So y'all can just go on, so I'm not distracted typing at the same time. Yeah, we're streaming verified on Twitter. Shout out to the Sharon Bracey Show. We're showing that Black men, people of color, have intellectual conversation dealing with politics as such, and we will be taken seriously. So just make sure that you understand that what you are saying right now is being streamed live via Twitter verified. So they are seeing and watching and hearing everything going on here. So make sure be very cautious, okay, on what you say. All right, you guys carry on. I'm gonna go ahead and put this link out here for the other people.
And shout out to the 220 people that's watching collectively. Make sure y'all hit the like, the share button. That really helps the channel. If you can donate, that is much appreciated. Welcome into the show, Stanley. Good day, Stanley. How do you? Good day. What's your thoughts?
I'm only going to be up here for a little bit. I was ignominiously timed out in your chat, so that prompted me to come up. I rarely do this, and I don't particularly agree with CT's position. However, I understand where he's coming from, and I'm going to piss some people off when I say this. The questioning, the AR in Brownsville, their line of questioning has been just shy of idiotic. they are not accomplishing what they think they're accomplishing, and I'm on the left, and I think CT is whipping both their butts. So CT has done a 2-on-1 fight and won.
Thank you, Stanley.
That's it.
Thank you, buddy.
So, Stan, do you agree with the attack on Iran as well?
No, I think it's totally unnecessary. Most the polls I've seen pretty much take my position. I have no clue why Trump did it. You know, he's got people guessing why he did it. I don't believe there was an existential threat. I thought that the nuclear threat was taken care of in last year's bombing. So what I've gathered is Netanyahu told him that, hey, I'm going to do it. You might as well join us. And that's the reason. And then the other thing I saw in the Washington Post today is that apparently the Ayatollah had been making death threats or threatening Trump's life. So the headline of this opinion piece reads, "I got you first." So Trump has people guessing as to why this is happening. So that's where I stand on it. I think that this is just another, kind of a version of Iraq.
That's what it definitely seems like. Chaotic Truth, do you think this is different from Iraq?
Not necessarily. I mean, Iraq was, essentially the same. It was the toppling of a government to establish a more Western style government. The weapons of mass destruction, you could argue that the same thing is going on in Iran. Iran, if I'm not mistaken, has WMDs, and supposedly Iraq had them, but that turned out to be bullshit. And it was a government that wasn't pro-Western to a degree, Saddam's government, and I really believe America is a part of a global, I don't want to say scheme, right, but some sort of global. There's definitely an initiative of making the planet more Western, and it may take another 100 years, maybe 200 years, but I never served in the military, right, Sharon? So I'm willing to believe that there are individuals on this planet that are diabolically opposed to Western civilization. And if you disrupt Western civilization, you disrupt the globe. For example, when the Houthis took over the western portion of Yemen, and please forgive me, I forgot the name of the strait. There was a strait.
Straits of Hormuz.
Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. That strait is essential to global commerce. And when they took over, they would attack many cargo ships that would choke supply chains. And so if you have individuals that are willing to disrupt global commerce, that can disrupt the entire system. So, these things are very complex. A workaday individual like me, not really having an inside understanding of it. I would say that, a lot of what takes place on the planet in terms of dealing with these people is very essential to keeping the planet moving along, man. Like think about it, Sharon. Right now in our airspace, there are probably thousands of planes, right? Could you imagine? Look at now again. I'm gonna go down. I hope this doesn't go down the conspiracy route, but assuming that it was Islamic terrorists, look at what they did on one day. Look at how they disrupted the airline industry. One day. Think about just one day. And think about they caused a global stoppage in the airline industry. Now, again, there might be people who may argue against me and say, oh, no, it was really the America. It was really the Jews. But I'm going to go with the assumption that it was these people. And so the thing is, man, I really,
right, and
I don't unconditionally support America, right? In terms of everything that America does. Maybe I should be clear.
Yes,
But
you should.
I really believe that what America has done and will continue to do is police this planet. Because at the end of the day, Sharon, we could go right back into the Stone Age.
CT, they're not policing the planet.
Yeah, we are. We are policing the planet because
the reason
Can
why
I
we
respond to this
the
when he's
reason
done?
why sure. Yeah.
The world policing part, I think that's more a cliche than it is actual. I also think that Trump is trying to steer America away from being the world police, which I'm kind of on the fence about. I'm not a sphere of influence guy. That's how we got world wars to begin with. I also want to point out to your Straits of Hormuz point, which I think is a good point, CT. 9 or 10 ships in the Iranian Navy were sunk, and the naval headquarters hit and I guess destroyed. So, that Straits of Hormuz thing is probably the most solid, reason that we could guess at. 20% of the world's oil, like 75% of Japan's oil comes through the Straits of Hormuz. That's how important it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll land there.
And I don't think we could say that we are world policing by attacking Iran, because we understand that we really did it for another country that's not necessarily beneficial to us at all. That's the issue that we have in with this whole situation. The more answers that I got about this whole Iran thing, the more questions happen to appear. And that's the problem that I have with this whole situation. And please make sure y'all hit the like and the share button. Shout out to Texas Doll from Twitter. Thank you so much.
Shout out. Yeah, Twitter is listening. Okay, so guys, yeah, this is really, really good. This conversation is awesome. I'm gonna take it all the way back. Once again, shout out Bomb, Stanley. Okay, and I forgot who else is up here. I can't see y'all, but all y'all, hey. So back from the beginning of the show when Sharon mentioned everybody look over here while we're doing this over there. Those are crap. That's the strategy of war. I know you guys probably don't tune in, or you may be anti-Masonic. That's fine, whatever. I'm not, because I understand the assignments and understand the people that are needed to do what it is they do and how this country was founded on by those particular men. And I also understand how they operate. I also understand that the orchestration, like when Sharon was saying, is like watching a movie. Like, what's next, coming up next in the United States, it's all the illusions. What they're doing is for us to just have something to talk about, the real things that are actually going on, what they're having to do to get the results so that we still stand as America and that we remain untouchable. I don't even want to use that word, but we remain dominant. It's necessary. It's a necessary evil, and I get it. People not gonna like it, but you don't gotta like it, but you're gonna have to respect it. Sometimes it is a necessary evil that has to happen. We're not in the heavens, y'all. We're not in a place of God. We're on earth. We're in a place where all type of entities are going to exist and coexist with us. Great for us who are like against that and not going to support it. That being said, we can't do anything about those things except let the people know we see what you're doing. We don't have that. I know, I get it, but we don't have that authority to do anything about it. At best, be happy that at least you're in a country where we've got laws where if you're privy in your own circumference, is something like that going on, you can do something about it. But on a global scale, some things are gonna fall under the crack, like what y'all mentioned about the arms dealers. They're gonna happen, and they're needed. They're actually criminal enterprises. They are needed. There are elite crimes going on. They're needed too. The entire system is functioning because of the things that had to be done, and just the way this country was. It was not built on good terms. It was built on blood. You all know the same with Rome. It's just like somebody saying, I don't like the Pope, I don't like the Vatican, I don't like what they do, but guess what? I bet you ain't finna do nothing about it. Not until the day comes. The Vatican not gonna fall. No one can take down the Vatican except for we know who, and that's no one can do that. That's the power that they have. In the same way with that, dang, I had a book, but I don't know where it is, and I will show you, and you can parallel that type of power and look at America and the things that are being done behind the veil that we're just not. We probably might not want to see. It might be too shocking for us to see what has to be done, what is done, and sometimes necessary evils that just take place. I'm great that you all are talking about it, understanding it, but I don't want us to be naive and actually thinking that it's going to change. Changes are coming. Not the change that you think's are coming. No, this is how our country was not on good things, not on heavenly order. Chaos. Blood, crime, usurping, destiny sway, you name it. And but this is where we live. So as long as you're living here and you want the benefits that come with being American, then you gonna have to get some thicker skin about some stuff. You're gonna have to get some thicker skin and say, well, dang, that sucks. Okay, well then you got a better idea. You want to go over, you want to try it elsewhere. And so when people say these things, I just wonder, what else you gonna do? What other options you got? Because unless you're gonna grow wings or transubstantiate into another type of animal or a creature and leave the planet, you here. And while you're here, you're gonna have to understand these things are gonna happen. They have been happening. They're gonna happen. Things are gonna get redacted just for us to have something to talk about. Meanwhile, the whole time, whatever really is we'll never know. You're never going to know what's in the Vatican archive. There are things you're just not going to get access to. And I think some people are having a problem accepting that, wow, it's really our gatekeepers. We can't get in the door. No, you can't. You don't have the key. They're not going to let you in. There's nothing you can do. You can't infiltrate and get the information. And for those reasons alone is why we can able get on this dang on internet and speak and stream and talk and congregate with each other, because the benefits that come with being over here to be able to do this, and nobody's going to come over here and wipe Sharon off because he has an opinion about what he thinks going on. So sometimes, I mean, I just don't get where some people are. What do you expect to happen? What do you think the world we're going to turn into? What are your expectations? What are you expecting too much from people in power that they're doing what they're supposed to do, and it doesn't look good? But guess what? I'm going to enjoy the benefits of being here because there's stuff that I like to do that I can't do over there in other places. Okay. I like having control of the things that I have. I like having the freedom of, I ain't got to walk around with my head all covered up, and I can wear a tankini, a sleeveless shirt, and not get murdered. I like the fact that I don't have to be beheaded for being caught reading my Bible in public. I enjoy these perks of this country. Necessary evils are going to happen. It was happening. It's been happening this way from the beginning of time. So I'm just trying to figure out where all the surprise is. Who's so really shocked when we done seen from every history angle, from going back Rome, going back Persia, going back biblical, going back Babylon, death happened, horrible things, the annihilation of for all the Christian people, the annihilation of entire people just wiped off because it got so bad. You know what? Let's not even try to fix it. Let's just take everybody out. Pompeii. I ain't even got to bring up Sodom and Gomorrah. Like, it's DC. They've been going on forever. So I'm just really wondering who's really shocked. Is this false outrage, or are y'all really surprised or outraged, or you just want to have great conversation? Because I'm not outraged. I'm not shocked. You know, this is the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun, and I digress on that.
Did you take any drugs today? Beachy?
No. What are you?
Okay. I was just wondering.
Why would I take drugs at all? What are you talking about? Is it the sunglasses because my eyes are burnt out from being the lights in there? What you're not making any sense. Why would you even bring it into conversation and ask someone who's speaking very clear about taking any freaking drugs? What are you coming at? What is your issue, sir? Now I feel a type of way. Because where you at? Why don't you come on camera? Let me see what you got going on. I don't what does drugs or narcotics or anything? What are you insinuating, sir? Say what you mean and mean what you say. You don't got to speak subliminally. So what are
AR
you
just
talking
has
about?
to say something every now and again. It's a form of Tourette's.
I'm still not following.
Also, let me shout out to the Cash App real quick. It said, should people stop resisting and accept things as is? Also, make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. The link is pinned at the top. Anybody want to join the conversation and have their thoughts, everybody is welcome.
Yeah, Cuzzo. So I find it interesting, right, that the brother Stanley Cross, when he hit the link and joined your panel, he said that, well, Brownsville and AR, they're being disingenuous with CT and they're questioning, right? And he says, well, hey, I thought
I didn't say
CT was making
disingenuous.
sense.
I said ineffective.
Can you not interrupt me, sir, please?
I said what I said. Quote
Can
me
you not
correctly,
interrupt
Correct
son.
them after just correct them after
Quote me correctly.
All right, just correct them after this. You know, sometimes words get a little missed, but just correct them after. Go ahead, cuz.
Now, cuz, if he does it again, I'm gonna need you to take care of it, okay?
Well, you know what? Let me just interrupt you now and drop down because I'm going to interrupt you when you misquote me, son.
Hey,
Cuz,
Stanley got
take care
Tourette's.
of it.
Did you
cuz.
hear what I said?
Cuz,
You
take care
can
of it.
move on.
Yeah.
I said what I said.
Take
Now
care of it,
you
cuz.
move on.
Y'all gotta
Move
stop.
on.
Hold on. Y'all gotta be able to have a conversation. It's no need to interrupt and correct somebody right as soon as they say something wrong. Allow the person to talk. If they get it wrong, correct it after. Stanley, please. Thank you. You don't need to jump in as soon as you hear one word wrong. Listen to the overarching point, please. We having a very good discussion. There's no need to try to turn this into some goddamn
It
BS
was good
argument match
until
now.
Brownsville
Please,
came
it
in.
doesn't matter what you believe. I'm asking you to do something for me so we can move forward. Can
I
you
will
please?
do it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Browns, just finish your thought. And Stanley, you can respond after he fully finished, no matter what you disagree with. Please.
Or how long?
It doesn't matter.
See, this is an example, right, of these pseudo intellectuals that lack self-control and self-discipline. They want to come to your show and attempt to derail, right, and make it seem like they know what they're talking about. But then they get so emotional that they just have to speak when somebody simply mentions their name. That's a personal problem that you need to get fixed. Now, back to my point, right? When he hit your panel, Cuzzo, he mentioned me and AR. And me and AR didn't interject. We didn't interrupt. We didn't care what he had to say at the moment, right? Because we have discipline and self-control, and we understand how to control our emotions, right? That's called emotional regulation. So he said some things. He said, hey, well, Brownsville and AR was being disingenuous with CT. They're questioning of him. I didn't agree with. And I agree that CT did a good job on his 2 versus 1 battle, right? But CT espoused views that what makes one patriotic is when you express blind faith on your political leaders that are in charge, right? That's what CT's point was, right? And that's what me and AR was arguing against, right? But then when you ask Brother Stanley Cross the question, he agreed with us. So initially, he was just trying to be disagreeable just to be disagreeable because for some strange reason, I don't know this brother, but obviously he has a problem with me and I don't know his history with AR, but nevertheless, he didn't disagree with us. He just wanted to be disagreeable. And that's what I need my brothers to get out of that weak mentality, right? You don't have to like people if you agree with their talking points, if you agree with their conversation, right? Disagree with what you disagree with and agree what you agree with. That doesn't make you like them or dislike them. My brother's got to do a better job, and then we can have more cordial conversations and actually get to some solutions, right? Because blind faith in our political leaders is a dangerous ideology. Peace and love.
Stanley, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I'll make it short and sweet, unlike my honorable opponent. I think your questioning was ineffectual. I don't agree because they were nonsense points. I don't think you adequately addressed CT's argument because I don't think you and AR actually understood his argument. It's a total lack of knowledge. Y'all talk in talking points. You don't argue from actually understanding your own arguments. So no, I don't disagree. And then the other thing is, if you think my aim is to have a productive conversation with people like you and AR, you don't know me well. You definitely don't know my history. I don't suffer fools gladly. And you and AR, Brownsville, fit that bill. I don't suffer fools. So my argument was actually to come up, express my opinion, not necessarily to engage with you and AR. I don't debate. I only debate my equals, and neither of you are. That's a landing.
Is he done, Cuzzo?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's my point, right? He just admitted it, right? He said, hey, I didn't come to have a debate with you because you aren't my equal, right? But the last time I checked, right, equal, if I wasn't his equal, he wouldn't be punching down, right? You never heard Michael Jordan in a conversation talk anything about Byron Scott, right? Because he didn't care nothing about Byron Scott and what he did, right? He was beneath him. But as soon as this brother hit the panel, he mentions who? Me and AR. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. He's double-minded. And listen, I don't know why all these brothers are double-minded, but for some reason, that's what I bring out of them. They're double-minded ways. And my brother, you've shown yourself to be double-minded. And I'm going to let you know, double-mindedness leads to instability. So you got a lot of things you need to fix and correct. Your lack of self-control.
Let me know when I can respond.
Self-discipline. And your double-mindedness.
I'm gonna jump in. I want you to wait, sir. Because I'm gonna speak on this.
Oh no, another one.
Hold on. Yeah, we got another one. Because on Sharon Bracey show, we're pretty familiar with who does come up and who's not. We got Bomb up here. If I felt I was so above Bomb or she was beneath me, then why would I click a link and come up here and sit with her? If I felt that way about Brownsville, AR, or any other guests that come up here, then why are you here? So I'm trying to understand who put you on a pedestal to make you think you somewhere on some hierarchy that don't exist on this show.
Let me know when I can answer.
Then maybe you need to go to where you feel your equals are. Because if you're coming over to a place that you feel is lesser than you, something wrong in your head mentally. You done already asked me if I'm on some what the sunglasses bother you. Little do you know, because you're not facing the camera. You're not facing the camera and the blinding lights that at some point start to irritate us when we come on frequently and on camera, bold and confident, something you can't do. Secondly, you just insulted this man by telling him he's not your equal, but you are up here with him. So what are you doing? Then why don't you go fly over there with the people who are on your level intellectually, and then you wouldn't have these issues of unequally yoked panel. Okay, so why are you here then if you are so above everybody on the panel?
He's here because he gets 3 viewers on his channel.
Okay, here's my response. I made no comment about your sunglasses. I have no clue who you are. So let's start there.
Let's start with you didn't have a clue.
Why would I care about your sunglasses?
About some substances.
Why are you interrupting? I didn't interrupt you. To the other two, I also mentioned CT. Y'all seem to have forgotten that CT was part of my initial reason for coming up here. As I said before, I don't necessarily agree with CT's argument, the America right or wrong. However, I could follow his argument because maybe it's because I'm more familiar with his argument, but I am he left intellectual breadcrumbs, to use a phrase. I don't think the people questioning CT did the same thing. They were talking like, from a script. They weren't thinking, they were repeating. That's why I came up.
All
Just
right.
to say that, nothing more.
All right. And also, so it was AR that mentioned it wasn't Stanley, it was AR that actually mentioned the drugs and the glasses. AR, would you like to address it properly, because she was addressing it towards
I think that was Stanley that said that.
And I got the person wrong. I apologize.
No, it wasn't.
Beachy, I think you got the person right.
I got you.
Oh, I did. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
they lying to you, Beachy.
It's hard when I can't see y'all. See y'all when I'm talking, y'all ain't got to worry with the bomb or Beachy, because you see bomb doing bomb on the camera, and you see me being me. We ain't got confusion. I can see Sharon, and I can see Titan. Shout out. But for those of you who we can't see you moving in real time, you got a partner. If we get confused with who's doing who good, that's why
I forgive you. I forget. It was 100% Stanley that said that.
Sure. When we cam up, we don't got to worry about who said what and how it was done. You can see it face to face. What I say, you ain't got to question it. So I apologize, but not for real apology, okay? Because I can't see you. I need you to be direct.
Good luck with me, Cam.
Okay, all right. So do y'all want to get back into the conversation?
Yeah,
y'all just want to troll? So I'm confused now at this point.
I'm with you, Sharon. I'm mute up. You guys, the conversation at hand. Thank you for getting us together, because we was deviating.
Because if we are going to have this always have a conversation, right, about that we don't want to have that conversation, and then the very people that are saying they want to have these conversations are the ones derailing it. It's crazy to me. That don't make no damn sense. I see, Shadow, you got back on camera. Do you want to add anything to the actual topic, or are you just in the moment relaxing?
No, I'm ready. Hold on. Remember, I got into it earlier. Kind of with the initial statement, I've reviewed what CT said, and I agree with CT, ironically. There's a few points where I can deviate from, like, just because I don't care about Trump as a person doesn't mean that I don't respect him as the president of the United States, which I'm American as a whole. I don't care about none outside of, hey, if it's to protect America, to help America grow, or to help America reach its fundamental greatness, I don't care what it takes. I want it done. And if that means turning Iran into a glass desert, if that means melting Russia into another ocean, I don't care. As long as at the end of the day, America is done.
So, but the problem is, nobody is able to give any examples of how he is doing that in a way that's going to help America. Only thing that we are seeing is helping another country in the Middle East that doesn't help us at all. It shows that we have Americans dying on that have boots on the ground. We have airplanes being blown out the sky by so-called friendly fire. That's millions of dollars. Whenever we do go to wars over there, we take a bunch of equipment over there and then we just leave it there. It is nothing short but money being pushed out into the desert, and we don't get nothing back. That is the issue that we keep having with this whole Middle East, the peace in Middle East.
I got a question for Shadow, right? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, my brother?
Yes.
So you just espoused a view, right? That you said, I don't care about the person, Donald Trump. I care that he's the president, right? And my question to you, my brother, is, do you believe that someone's ideology can influence their decision making? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that is why you should care about the person, right? Because if this person has a flawed ideology, if this person is engaging in nefarious activities that's unbecoming of a leader, right? Then we have to understand that they could be consequences based upon his decision making. His decision making at that point can become flawed, correct?
That's fair. No, I can agree with that too.
Right. So this is why I want you and CT and other MAGA supporters to get out of the idea that you need to have blind faith with Donald Trump just because he's the president. That doesn't make you more patriotic. That just kind of makes you look foolish. Peace and love.
Pause. Okay, bet. So you got to understand, even when it came to Biden, which even if I didn't like what he did, I still agreed with his decisions because he was still my president. Regardless of who the president is, we as a country chose to elect this person to lead the country primarily as the commander-in-chief. So if Trump is making a decision, whether I fully agree with it or not, keep in mind, I agree with what we're doing in Iran for a multitude of reasons. But even above all that, and Sean, I'll get back to that because you did ask that question, so I'll answer you in a second. But Brownsville specifically, it's not blind faith, it's blind respect. Because I'm going to respect his position. I'm going to respect his position as the commander-in-chief, just like I did with Biden, just like I did with Trump the first time. Keep in mind, we can't keep trashing Trump on it because not only has he been president, he's been president now twice. Again, it's clearly there's a reason for it. Whether we agree with that reason or not, he's still the president. Epstein files, again, if we're going to talk about Epstein, we'll talk about Epstein. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about what's happening in Iran and do I agree with it? I just found out about 15 minutes ago, my brother is on his way to Iran now. He's in the Navy. I'm not happy about that, but guess what? I understand what's going on and I support his station. It is what it is.
And what I need you to do, my brother, real quick, is look up what blind respect actually means, right? Because then you'll find out. Just go simple examining the definition of what you said you believe in, right? You'll find out that the majority of people that show that blind respect are also doing it because of fear, right? Doing it because of just blind obedience, right? Because you don't want to challenge authority or question authority, right? So you gotta be careful with what you're saying. Because you're making yourself look like you and other people shouldn't matter, and their thoughts and their however they believe that the world should go. It shouldn't matter because whoever the leader is, you gotta follow the leader, right? And with that type of ideology, right, people of North Korea will stay in bondage. The people
can I respond to that
in Iran can stay in bondage, etc., right? Blind respect should not have a place in American politics, right?
It's literally
because
un-American.
As AR articulated, right? This country was founded on debate, on hey, I have this thought, you have that thought, and let's see if we can find some middle ground here, so that we can come to a more logical conclusion, right? And what you just expressed is we gotta have blind respect because we are in fear, or we should just be obedient to authority just because. That's dangerous. Peace and love.
All right, so wait, sure, can I go ahead and address that?
So Shadow and Stanley both want to address what Brownsville said, so we're gonna let Shadow and Stanley both address Brownsville. Got it.
Okay, so Brownsville, here's the thing. Blind respect is deferred specifically towards figures of authority. And there's a multitude of reasons for that, not simply related to fear. First and foremost, again, this man we do have the ability to vote the people that also agree with us in. But here's the thing. If the person who does win is against what I believe, that does not mean I should respect them any less. I still have to respect them because they still got their position of authority rightfully. And you have to understand, with that position of authority, there is a basis of respect that must come with it. Because at the end of the day, I have to respect you enough to make decisions on my behalf. That's why positions of authority matter. That's why hierarchy matters. That's why when you're the CEO of a company and you're actually running the company, the respect needs to be there, because if the people under you don't respect you, your company will bury with you, because you have to have respect in order to give your orders and commands. And so unfortunately, Trump is the commander in chief. It's not a MAGA point of view. It's a real point of view about respect. I don't care who the respect is to. Like in this case, even in this panel right now, Sharon's a position of authority right now. If there's something going on, and I will give respect to Sharon above everybody else on the panel. Not that I'm saying I will disrespect y'all, but I will ultimately give, again, respect to, I will give that same respect to Sharon. Because in this situation, that blind respect, because he's the president here. Just saying. That's a universal view.
You don't gotta like Sharon, but as long as you're gonna respect him, as long as you're here. That's a nice way of saying it. Well said, Josh.
Yeah, but you respect.
Hold on, cuz, so they both wanted to address you. Go ahead, Stanley.
Let me address one at a time.
Hold on, so this way you could address both of them one time. Go ahead, Stanley. So this way he could.
I want to make sure that we separate the argument that that I'm going to critique here from the person. I want to say that outright. I think the argument that Brownsville used, the argument that Shadow made, it was essentially an ad hominem attack. Okay, this is the perfect example of why I came up here in the first place. These guys do not know how to make an argument. Okay, you're essentially criticizing the man's character when you say blind allegiance and ideology and stuff. You gotta attack the argument. This is to Brownsville. I found his response to Shadow ineffective. I'm not criticizing the man. I'm criticizing the argument.
But okay. That you good there?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Brownsville. Willie, wait your turn. I got you. I'm gonna bring you in. Go ahead, cuz.
Yeah, so obviously my brother Stanley Cross, he isn't paying attention to the discussion, right? Because if he was paying attention to the discussion, he would have heard Shadow say he believed in blind respect, right? So that's to his point. So his point is pretty much irrelevant because he didn't hear Shadow say that, right? So now back to Shadow's point. Shadow, I believe we should have blind respect for the office of the President of the United States, not the person who is occupying the office. The person who is occupying the office, they have to earn respect based upon their decision making and their policy, right? And if we find out and examine that their decision making or policy making is flawed, then we have a right to say, no, we don't support that, right? So I think you have it confused. The blind respect should go to the office, not the person. Peace and love.
Clear.
And the reality is that.
Go ahead. Let people finish their conversations. People, please stop trying to just join in on conversations that's not involved in you. Wall Street Willie, I said I would bring you and let them finish their conversation.
My bad.
Let them finish it, and then we open it back up to where just go ahead, Shadow.
Okay, Brownsville. So I get what you're saying, but I think it's not what I'm saying. I'm actually still talking about the office because that person was elected by the people. Regardless of if you agree or support Trump or not, he is still our president. Whether it's me, whether it's you, whether it's Rick James or Charlie Murphy, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the man is still the president. And we, as a collective, will still have to respect his decisions, whether we're going to cry about it or not at the end of the day. we can still say, you know what, I don't really like the way he's doing that. But guess what? He still has the position to do it. That position, the presidency, is an important position on the world stage. We're talking Iran now. I support his decision because I understand the logic behind it. I understand if you want to stop an enemy, stop them now. And the way he did the attack, that's how I would have resolved. Okay, bet. Hey, we gave you a warning. You ignored our warning. Hey, I'll turn you into glass next time. And instead of threatening it for the next 20 years, he just did it. Keep in mind. Wait, hold on. Keep in mind, he had a bunch of people. This wasn't just a snap decision he made. He actually had discussions with people of both parties for 3 days before he pulled the trigger on it.
Yeah, but the problem is there's no clear understanding of why he's over there and why he's doing what he's doing. This
Sean,
regime change war, so the regime change war doesn't make sense for us over here in America.
But that doesn't make any sense, Sean, because it does. If their regimes, and again, this is me speaking strictly from as a one civilian and two somebody who actually sees what's happening right now. If someone is a threat to me or any other American, then
Pause
it is.
there.
Wait.
What is the threat? So that's the problem. Now, people keep saying there's a threat, but it is no proof of any threat that Iran had on the American people.
I'm going to use the smallest threat, and you can call it petty. But you burn our flag and say death to America, I have a feeling, I have issues with that. You crowdfund terrorism as a whole across the world, I have an issue with that. You are you as the leader of Iran are specifically tied with multiple terrorist groups.
That's fine. So, but hold on.
The question.
Right, I am. So, but I'm going by off what you're saying. So, you do understand that over here in America, if you burn a flag, there's nothing illegal against that.
Okay, that's okay. Fine.
America is saying death to America is nothing illegal about that.
Fair. Okay. I don't.
Okay, so now
we're
you
not
can't
arguing legality.
All right. So, but the problem is you're using those two things, which is legal here, to go ahead and blow up another country where we don't have no law jurisdiction at all, but yet in your own country that is allowed in your own country.
And here's where consequentialism comes in. Just because you say, if you look at me and say, I hope you die, I could be the nice American and say, you know what, I feel some kind of way about that, but you have the right to say that. Or I can be my type of American, I'm gonna hit you in your shit. Because I take that as a threat. You threaten me verbally, I'm threatening you physically. And that's how now you understand how I see what happened. They threatened us verbally in mass. We responded physically, saying F around and find out then. Eventually, people are gonna learn to stop making threats you can't back up.
That is
I say this,
wild. So that is wild to say.
I say it a lot. I'm like, well, I don't care who you are. You might whoop me, but if I have to, I'll delete you because I'm not going for round two. Because I will take the threat off the board. I have to take the threat off the board. I have kids.
For their words.
Can I respond to that?
This is just a wild. It's just wild to hear in real time that we're saying that people need to be taken out because of their words. This is America where that's one of the main things that we have, that you have a right to protest, you have the right to say things, right? You have a right to communicate. As long as it's not going to, you can't say fire inside of a movie theater type of situation, right? We understand what's the level. So let's make sure we have a understand that what we talking about. Let's not try to pick out the BS that we are not talking about, right? We don't need to talk about screaming out fire in a movie theater. We understand the point of the conversation. Please, I do not want to get into semantics for no reason, right?
No,
so,
it's not meta. It's not a meta conversation.
No, so do not bring in no fire in a movie theater. We ain't talking about that.
Can I address?
Okay, why can't you yell bomb in the airport? Because it is a threat.
Because it's not relevant. But what I'm saying, that's not relevant to the conversation, right? Because those people over there protesting, whatever they protesting, doesn't have. We allow protests here, is what I'm saying. So
Yes.
now we cannot be mad because they protested. Also, if them saying that, hey, death to America doesn't actually mean kill citizens. We understand what they are actually saying. They're not saying kill human beings.
Yes, it does.
Well,
What?
they're not subject to
Sharon,
U.S.
what the
law.
Hold up, I need to send you
hold on.
money.
We got two people that's saying that. So we do
I'll be
understand that America is a philosophy and an ideology and all these other things, democracy and all these other things. It doesn't mean kill Americans. It doesn't mean death to Americans as humans.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
when they
even if it did,
which
though,
you conveniently
they're not-
ignored. That's
what-
what that means. When you say death to America and then you send money to terrorist groups to blow
America.
up. Yeah, when you say death to America and then you send money to terrorist groups to blow up Americans, then that's what that means.
Right.
Let
So
me-
now you
let
have
me
to go
address
after those
that
people that
legal
hold on.
point.
So now this is the problem why we can't conflate everything to. So now we have to have that conversation about the people that is doing that. We cannot say the whole unless you are saying, let me get this right.
But we're talking about the
saying
regime.
The whole country. We saying the whole country is doing that.
We're talking about the regime
Its leadership did it.
and
Okay, so now we're talking about-
regime supporters.
Okay, so now the regime. So are we saying we have proof that the regime is doing that?
Yes.
We have it on camera.
It's okay. I don't know why y'all think this is an argument. I'm trying to get more knowledge of the situation because, like I said earlier, the more I look into it, the more questions I have.
That's right.
So
I'll send you the
need y'all
video
to
right now.
I need y'all to understand that I ain't trying to fight with none of y'all. So this way,
Well-
we can have the conversation, so we can actually get real thoughts out instead of trying to have a who's right. I don't give a fuck who's right. I'm trying to have an understanding so I can make my own assessment of what is the right thing and what's not.
Well, I think that the terroristic threat is something that you hear, it's against the law in the United States. Holding a whole nother culture subject to American values, I don't think that works. I think you're right, Sharon. Death to America doesn't mean death to Americans.
Thank you. Let me also welcome into the. I don't even understand how they correlate that. That's just kind of wild to me. Welcome into the show. Good day, Supreme Vaginal Vessel. How you doing today?
Wonderful. How y'all doing?
What is your thoughts?
Well, I guess the question I have is, if America dies, then what happens to you?
So what happens is the same thing like in the Civil War when they had they fight, right? Things change. Politics change. New constitution change. It's a whole bunch of different things will change. Not necessarily Americans dying. I think that's the problem that we're having with the correlation. Most people don't. People are more just afraid of change than actual people dying.
Huh?
Well,
People are more afraid of change than people actually dying. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead,
but
Diva.
the thing, so it would be a much more extreme change than the change that occurred during the Civil War, right? Just because, like, those people were still from the same culture in the same country. They were fighting against each other. But now, if you're fighting against somebody from a totally different culture, religion, whatever, the change is going to be very different.
Right. So, but the change doesn't mean that we have to follow what they're doing.
Yes, you do.
No, it does not.
Because who is
And the
going
reason why
to?
it doesn't mean that we have to follow what they're doing, because it could simply mean that we get rid of all of the corrupt people that is in our country, the way how it was supposed to be, the drain the swamp, so to speak.
You think Iran has
Wait a
the
minute.
Hold on, I'm talking to
So
you. Hold
you
on, I'm talking with
think-
Diva. Hold on.
Wait,
Go
so
ahead.
those, even given the way they treat each other around them parts, and you think that they gonna come and deal with you in a soft gloved way?
So again, I'm not talking about them winning and taking over the country. I don't know why that is a confusion.
Because that's what
So
they're. Who you think they trying to say kill it?
if our government changes their corruptness, that doesn't mean another country we're gonna now all turn into an Islamic
no,
state. No,
but
so what I'm
that's
saying
not
that
what
we're
death to
supposed to be
America
draining the
means.
swamp. and we're supposed to
That's
be
not
bringing
what
this
death
part.
to
Then let it.
America mean.
Yes, it does, because
It
the
don't mean
problem
no
is that
damn drain the swamp.
the
Why the fuck
problem
they give us?
is
Why they give a
the
damn
problem
about the
is
swamp?
way too much
That's
corruption
crazy.
going on. This is the reason why we can't get the goddamn Epstein
Them
files and all
people
this bullshit
corrupt
ass pizza.
themselves.
It does. What you
Right,
saying?
and so you saying that they saying death to America because of the corruption when they over
Yes.
there doing the same shit? Okay, that don't even make sense.
I don't know how that doesn't make sense. That's
That
what that's
doesn't
what the
make
argument
sense.
is, because they want to be left alone. We deal with our shit. Leave those other countries alone.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But because I'm not, for going and fucking with people to begin with. But my whole thing is I came in on the point where it was death to America, and it don't mean death to Americans. But if they say all of this shit got to die, I don't think, do you know what death mean? It's not going to be a changing of the guard and a draining of the swamp. It's got to die.
So I don't understand what's your argument. So do you believe in the way how things is, the politics is over here is not corrupt?
That I'm not even addressing that. I don't
But
know
that's what I'm talking
right.
towards.
I'm just talking
Okay.
about when I came in, you were saying death to America doesn't mean that. And I'm saying, yeah, it most certainly does. It
It
most
means
certainly does.
right. So
They don't
I'm
want
saying
any of
that it
this shit
means
to survive.
right, because we know Iran cannot do anything to this actual land. They want to do something to the philosophy of what America is portraying, right? And what they are actually doing. Those are two different things. We portray
Why
to
they
be
can't do
this
nothing to
moral
the land?
situation, but we are not being moral. Just the same way how CT Kevin saying that we dealing on both sides of it. We sell, we make technology for ourselves, then we go sell it to our goddamn enemy that we actually shooting, and then they shoot us back. So again, when we're talking about death to America, we're talking about the corrupt politics that is going on here. The same way how Browns were brought up earlier, that Donald Trump's children, they also invested in the same exact drones that is used as weaponry. That is the problem. Not that they are invested in drone technology, but the technology that they invested in is the same one that's used to hurt Americans.
Wait, who said death to America?
This is just the argument that these people are that Shadow and AR are saying.
Oh,
The supreme leader of
I
Iran,
thought somebody actually
Diva,
had said
the
that.
supreme leader
I
of
thought that actually came from somewhere. Shut up,
No, that
Shadow.
does
it
Damn.
did.
that
No,
does
it's in
come
the
from
chat.
somewhere, Diva.
He said that
No,
for real.
don't let
They
Sharon
talking about in the
gaslight you. It's in
they
the
talking
chat.
about in translation. That's what it's saying. Okay, so but they don't have an argument about what is being said about America versus Americans. They are conflating those two things, because one is talking about death to America's ideology, but what they're trying to translate the ideology part into actual human beings. That is the problem that we are having, and then this is why they are justifying dropping bombs on places that is supposedly military. We know those are civilian places that we drop bombs on, but they trying to act as if Iran is dropping bombs on civilians and United States are not, because they want to live in a delusion.
So Sharon
And
came
Bro,
on.
you're just making shit up.
Came on here.
You made all that
regime,
up.
hold on. And the regime, this regime war, it did not change 10, 20, 30 years ago when we went to Iraq, and it's not changing now.
Okay.
Because
so,
guess what? They killed the supreme
'cause we
leader, and
pulled
now
back
his
on
son took. Hold on, and then now his son took over. Y'all gotta calm down. Y'all want to get our chance to talk.
why do you think that we want to hear you cape for people that chant death to America and then say nobody actually said that? Nobody wants to hear you say that shit. Nobody wants to hear you cape. Okay, Diva.
That's right. You
yes,
literally mixed it up.
death to America. On multiple occasions, they've been saying it since like the 70s and 80s. Sharon's like, oh, they're just saying it because, they don't like that we're over there. Just ignoring the fact that they literally fund terrorist groups to blow up Americans. So they chant death to America at rallies and then send money to terrorists to blow Americans up. They chant death to Israel at rallies, and then they send money to Hezbollah and Hamas and tell them to go blow up Israelis. So when you put two and two together, instead of just, well, they said some words, who cares? And you actually look at what their actions are behind those words, we know that it's not just the idea of America, which even if you wanted to go with that, if they hate the idea of America, they don't want America to exist. They don't like Christian values. They don't like Christianity. They don't like democracy.
Come on, y'all.
They've stated no Muslim country has a democracy. No Islamic is under Sharia law, democracy is not compatible. So don't say, oh, they just say death to America and they just don't like us going over there. No, they hate most of what America stands for. Under Islamic law, you have to die, convert, or pay a tax. And that's just for Jews and Christians. Atheists, they get their heads cut off. Anybody else that isn't one of those 3 followers, they're gone.
Okay. And so now when we have
I'm not done. We listened to you, Kate. We listened to you, Kate, for 20 minutes talking about, oh, it's just this, it's just that, it's blah blah blah, all the other bullshit.
Hold on.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to Diva.
Hold on.
For what? I'm not done talking. Hold on for what? I'm not done talking.
Hold on. Just relax. So we understand that you're accusing those things. So now what do you say? Now what do you say about Donald Trump kids that is invested in all this technology that is killing Americans?
Okay, we're not switching the topic now. So again,
I don't understand why it's so hard to just have it. I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm trying to have a conversation.
I'm about to address that right now. I'm about to address that right now. You said you're not trying to fight, and then you sit here and say, "Oh, they want to believe in these delusions."
I'm trying to direct the conversation so people can understand.
It's not a conversation, and you're not trying to fight when you sit here and say, "Oh, they want to live in delusions. Oh, they want to do this. Oh, they don't know how to comprehend this." Those are fighting words. You are trying to argue. So don't say you aren't.
All right. So then direct the conversation to what your argument is. Stop trying to jump in, please. Like y'all going to do better. It makes the conversation more difficult. Please allow everybody to have their full conversation. Please stop trying to jump in. Everybody will get a chance to respond.
That's pretty much it.
So now for the people that is in America that do the exact same thing, that is getting Americans killed, that is destroying America, what are you saying about those people? That's the problem that is the problem that's not getting addressed.
What happens to the Americans getting Americans killed? Is that what you just asked? What happens to those people that support terrorist organizations that blow up Americans? Was that the dumbass question you asked?
Yeah, I enjoyed it, Sharon.
For some reason, I don't know what is the problem with people just communicating.
No, the problem, Cuzzo. So we seen Death to America turn into Death to Americans just the other day in Austin, Texas, right? As a response to the Operation Fury, we saw a brother from Senegal walk into a bar, right, and apparently took out some folks who were Americans, right, and now they're investigating it as a terrorist act, right? So, yeah, I have to agree with AR and Shadow. When those people over there say death to America, they do mean death to Americans.
This is crazy to me. They literally do things that take out our own people here. Literally, our
We
two
not
of our,
denying that.
huh?
We not denying that.
But they are. They
we're
literally
not.
are. They are trying to use that. They trying to use the example of these foreigners saying whatever they saying.
PhD, but that's you.
Death to America.
Hey, Bob.
It's not a complicated sentence.
So
These foreigners, no. We're gonna stop this BS. We're gonna stop this gaslighting because what you're doing is you're playing games with people's intelligence.
So I need to
That's not
understand.
cool.
Like y'all not really y'all understand what y'all only use it as example when you hear somebody from somewhere else say it, right? And I get it.
We are the Americans that they would be killing, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
The same very people that you are promoting, they say it here. They want to destroy Americans, literally.
America's
Literally, they've been doing it
handle.
since
Other people.
Since Donald Trump got in office, he's been destroying Americans, literally.
That's facts.
This man can't keep a conflation to save his life.
Yes.
Jesus effing Christ.
Hold on.
What the fuck
does that have to do with the president in China?
Hold on. I just need y'all to answer what I'm saying instead of trying to keep. Oh, he's not doing this. Oh, he's just answer what the F I am saying.
Do the same then.
I've been. Y'all just not comprehending.
Me,
That's why I gotta
Diva,
go.
Brownsville, AR, all said the same thing.
Again,
And you didn't
now
understand
you want
that.
to argue instead of arguing what I said. You want to argue about the conversation about what we said, right? You want to go to I just made a statement. Address that statement.
Bet. The conversation you. Sharon, can you repeat your statement?
Damn, I gotta open this up. God damn. Oops.
Tensions are high. Bomb done stabbed herself over there. Shadow is having a emotional moment. Sharon's trying not to laugh, although I see it in his spirit. He is over there trying to conceal his comedic spirit.
Is that you, BG? You looking so cute to me. How you doing, sis?
Hey, Bob. It's a lot going on right now, you guys. But we're going to get through this show. Everyone is respectful. We're going to let Shadow get his rage together so that he does not rip off Sharon's head. We are going to do this very well so that people can see as Black folks. We know how to get
remember me and Rosa Parks. We're in the back of the bus. Wall Street Willie and Rosa Parks.
And then those in the audio, I'm sorry, we just gonna have to hear them as they talk in because we can't,
Go ahead, Willie.
Someone got a question. AR, where's AR? Are they still there?
I'll go ahead and get a statement again.
I'm right here.
I give the statement.
AR, I
Are you ready to give a statement again?
Yeah, now when someone got a question for AR, now he want to give a statement.
I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand. So,
AR, I think some people from the Twitter other side are listening to you, and they do not seem to be impressed nor in favor of your commentary and your opinion. So just let that be noted for the record. They think that you don't sound very versed.
I don't care what they think. I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be something uplifting me. You give me this negative news. I don't care what they listen. I don't care what them negative Nancy's say, man. Only come to me with positive news. If they not supporting me, then they're wrong.
Well, I'll be sure to let them know that.
All right, so let's let's get it back into perspective. Let's read a couple of super chats. You there, Diva?
I'm here. Hold on, let me see. I can't have C though. All right, Black. All right, Black. $5. Israel should pull itself up by their bootstraps and stop looking for handouts from America. Agreed.
Agreed.
What did it say? Doocy
Popcorn.
McIver. Huh?
Oh, you keep reading. Okay, got it. I'm sorry.
Doocy McIver, $13.68, $5. He got his popcorn ready. Shadow the Titan Watch, $10. Ready. Aaron to Lucas, $2. So whose government would you rather live under? Hulu live streaming, $3.69, $5. When Charlie Kirk died, you had thousands of MAGA wanting to unalive Democrats. There are more Americans unaliving Americans than Iran has ever did.
Bar.
I mean, it's not really a bar. Like, it's called proximity.
No.
So, of course, Americans going to kill more Americans. Aaron to Lucas, $5. You think Iran cares about our corruption or our way of life and structure? They corrupt too, right? They just killed 3,500 of their own people last month. I thought it was 20,000.
No, they killed more. They killed about 30,000 by some reports.
Was this per capita? I just want to throw that out there. Is this the per capita? Was this per capita? Because that's what everybody just say over there on the other side when they don't really want to break it down. Is this the per capita on the numbers that you guys are giving? I'm just
asking. A lot of numbers. It don't matter if it's per capita.
No,
the per capita
community. 1-for-1.
The per capita community would like to know that.
It's a 1-for-1. Has nothing to do with
per
capita.
like 30,000.
One person died equals one dead person.
To Diva's point about the proximity thing, or to that Hulu super chat, what happens when an American kills another American? We go after them, and they get locked up, or they get executed. So you bringing that up and saying that's a bar? Yeah, it kind of is a bar because because Shadow is saying we should do these things to them if this happens. And you're saying, well, it happens over here. What do we do to them? Well, let's look at what happens to the people that kill people over here. They get locked up.
Okay, so you missed the whole point. Hold on. You missed the whole point. He's saying people in America are preaching that people should die because of the words that they are saying.
Are those, and again, it's like, I don't know if you have.
So do you agree with that part?
Issue or what? Because it's not just they only chant words. It's they fund terrorist groups to then blow up Americans. So are those ones that are saying death to other Americans, are they then funding terrorist groups to execute Americans?
Yes, they call the Republican MAGA Party, literally.
Oh, okay. So which terrorist group are they funding to execute Americans, to blow up Americans?
They are literally destroying.
Okay, just dumbass.
Like I'm confused. So are we saying that? Are we not understanding that they are literally destroying America from the inside by selling, by using the tariffs, destroying America, by taking away jobs from Americans, by giving schooling to other countries? We understand that all those things are destroying Americans, correct?
Not answering the question. What terrorist group have they funded to blow up Americans?
I just gave you the
no,
example.
You just said, well, they have different policies that I disagree with, and I think that it goes bad and this, that, and the other.
Well, I'm saying the comprehension problem, right? So, because you just don't want to agree that that Republicans and MAGA supporters are the terrorist group.
No, there's a difference between having different policies.
That's your opinion, and I'm fine with that. But now I'm giving you an example of why I'm saying they are and what they have done to Americans. You are just negating that whole point because it's not literally proven. It's not because you're saying that it's not literally. Because stop interrupting, please.
You just interrupted me while I was talking.
No, I did not. You asked the question,
and then you answered. I said you're not answering the question. That's not a funding.
You asked the question, and I'm trying to clarify why you want to make it literal. And this is when we know when people are just not being into an honest conversation where you want it to be literal.
Okay. We can do both. You can be literal and you can do metaphorically. So let's talk.
If we go by literal, the Republican Party is just a Republican Party. Fine.
Okay. All right. So now let's go metaphorically. Oh, well, they have this policy over here that I disagree with, and I think there's some negative outcome to some Americans. Therefore, they're a terrorist group harming Americans. That dumbass logic. You want to equate funding school. Let's just take this, for example, because you said they're funding schools elsewhere. You want to take them potentially. That's not what you said? Okay, what did you say?
This is the problem.
We can take the tariff. Sure, we can take the tariffs. That dumbass argument too. You want to equate tariffs to blowing Americans up, and this is the issue.
The left. This is the issue that the left has in America is destroying families. Like
the price. How many Americans have died because of the price of milk?
It's oh my God.
He said,
and it's when we know that you're not having an honest conversation.
How many Americans have died because of tariffs?
Okay, if you want, I could bring up the stats of how many people are dying from starvation in America. That's what you would like. Well, that's what we are going to equate it to. We're going to equate it to starvation. So go ahead.
I beat my kids for wasting milk, just for the record. If they
has America worked towards getting rid of starvation?
Clearly not.
Clearly not. Okay, so
around the world,
people were starving to death 70 years ago?
What was the question?
How many people 70 years ago were starving to death versus now? Has it decreased? Yeah, ain't God good?
Hey,
has less people starved to death today than 70 years ago? Is there less absolute poverty today than there was 70 years ago?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so. And that's with both Republicans and Democrats having been in office. Therefore, America as a whole is working against those things. It's working to get rid of those things. Correct? Now,
so hold on. So the problem is we're not talking about America. Hold on. We're not talking about America as whole. This is why y'all not having a conversation. Y'all just saying shit. Right? No, I said something very specific, and then now you're trying to turn it into the general of the whole America. And I don't understand what is the problem with this. Listen to what I'm saying. So you, instead of trying to be right, and instead what you should be doing is have a conversation to what I am saying, instead of trying to turn the conversation into the whole of America and say how majority of us are doing okay. So therefore, it's ridiculous.
It's just because you don't like listening.
Very specific conversation.
You just didn't want to listen.
Don't turn it into a general conversation.
Shrunk, you're literally not listening.
General conversation, as you say, Republicans / MAGA, which are completely different things. Republicans have been here since what, the 1800s, correct? So Republicans and MAGA are different things. If you want to talk about MAGA only, then you need to say MAGA only. Don't bring it up. Don't say a generalized statement, and then get upset when someone addresses the generalization.
I literally made it specific.
You didn't, because then you started listing policies. Tariffs have been here for a while. The mass tariffs that Trump is doing is different than what has gone on in the past. But tariffs have been here a while. Republicans have been here for a while. Their policy of less taxes, less government assistance has been their bedrock for a very long time. So it's not just, the past 4 years or the past year or the past 8 years that you're talking about. You're talking about you're making a general statement about Republicans as a whole.
No, I'm not making a
That's the issue, is that you don't know what you're saying and you just say it.
No, you are saying a whole bunch of words that have nothing to do
that you don't understand. Okay, got it.
What I'm talking about is
slower
that
for you.
literally affected Americans, like how it affected the farming industry, how it took billions of dollars out of our own nation, and how farmers are losing they companies. They have to close down their farms and then they go ahead and sell it to other countries.
Are you saying that
the fact that I was talking about Americans starving because they can't afford to? I do not understand when people cannot have a very focused conversation. They want to jump back to the surface level to make themselves look right. And it's okay for you not to have the comprehension skills, the information, the knowledge, whatever that is that you are missing, to say, I did not know that. Let me go ahead and research that. And it's okay, because I do it all the time. This whole conversation.
It's funny, isn't it? He's not here to fight. Yeah, he keeps on attacking.
Today, this whole conversation.
Getting upset when he gets attacked.
Today, this whole conversation is because I don't understand the full scope. And then when I'm trying to deep dive into something very specific, people want to turn it into a general conversation. We are beyond the surface layer of just saying America. It's different things.
You are generalizing. You're generalizing, and then when he's responding to your generalization,
I'm not generalizing.
You're getting mad at it.
I'm not generalizing.
Yeah, you said the Republican and conservative fucking party.
Just real quick.
No, I did not. Hold on. Hold on. Y'all really have a listening problem. I'm saying,
I'm gonna go get the screenshot.
I'm saying,
I know how to do this.
Hold on. I'm saying very specific things. Very
exactly. We talk about specific things, and let's not talk about specific things. Let's talk about general things.
And then when I talk to you about the specifics I'm talking about, you started talking about things that I am not talking about to try to prove a point.
So Sean, you do understand
this is how it went. You're talking to someone that's not going to.
I don't want to have a conversation about the conversation, please.
He keeps on saying we don't want to have a conversation, and then keeps attacking us, saying we don't comprehend this, we don't comprehend that. We're doing this to try to make ourselves correct and all this other stuff.
You're turning into KT today. I guess you want to take KT the GOAT spot. You want to talk about the conversation?
I do. The conversation started because we were talking about them chanting death to America and them using that and then funding terrorist groups. He says, hey, don't talk about generalizations. Let's be specific. That is something specific. He then goes and says, oh, well, what about these policies that Republicans are having? Or what about this that MAGA's doing? And all? That's a generalization. You're making it more general than that specific point we were on. And then you're bitching like a female about it being general.
That is not general. If I'm telling you very specific things, that's not in general.
Okay, so here's why it's general.
What's going on here?
Here's why it's
you're
general.
Talking about general MAGA and Republican policies. That's what you're doing. We're talking about death to America, and you changed the topic. You changed the topic.
Hold on. I gave specific
death to America.
I was talking about.
Change the topic to what is happening.
I did not just say. Hold on. I did not just say generally them. I gave specific things that happened in this country recently. Very specific.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. And was that intention?
It's not general, so stop saying that just because I say something doesn't mean it's true.
When someone says death to your family and then they fund someone, well, not yours, I don't want to, speak that into existence or anything. So like, let's just say someone was saying death to somebody's family and then they paid some ops or some gang member to go, physically harm that family. You're saying that's equivalent to someone, let's say firing someone from a job. In your eyes, that's equivalent because if someone gets fired from a job, if an employer fires an employee from a job, they no longer have money, so they can no longer feed their family. That's equivalent to someone paying someone to harm someone else's family.
I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Yeah, this is the issue.
Right, it's the same false equivalency.
Let's talk to what I'm saying. Saying a bunch of words don't mean anything.
Sure, you literally said
literally what I'm talking about.
No, at some point the reading comprehension changes.
Right. For some reason in our government, y'all willing to give dumb excuses where they are putting literally harm to Americans. They doing policies that's doing harm to Americans.
Now, where did that statement come from? Okay. But where did that statement come from?
Shadow.
What does it matter where I'm saying it? I'm saying it now. I'm saying it now. So just address what I'm saying now.
Okay. Here's what
because clearly
it's not the same.
I don't fucking understand. I'm saying something.
It's not the fucking same. It is not the same. I don't know why you decided.
Okay, so, all right, so regardless of it being the same, and I just answered the statement.
Okay, answer the question. It's not a general point then. Even though you're saying it's harming some Americans, it is not an act of terror. That's what you're trying to make the dumbass equivalency to.
Okay,
it's not the same fucking thing.
Okay, so now since y'all think okay, so now them saying death to Americans, who did it harm over here?
They're not gonna be an answer that because
saying words. No, you want to bet?
Brownsville literally. This is the issue. Brownsville literally just gave the example.
I can't answer the question. Just answer it.
I am answering the question.
Just answer it.
It is being answered. You have
number one.
Hold on. We're gonna let Shadow talk first.
You just asked.
Y'all goes right after. So again, them saying death to America, where did that equate to Americans physically dying? Go ahead.
Order of operation. Chance death to America. Funds terrorist organizations that attack Americans. Americans get attacked. Death to Americans. It is literally the order of operations of terrorism.
Where? Okay, so. Okay, your order.
Nigga, I'm in Texas. It happened in Austin 2 days ago. 3-4 fucking days ago.
What does that matter?
I'm gonna send the fucking money. That's not the point. This shit's irritating me.
Hold on. So, again, are you saying that man in Austin is literally contracted by the Iranian terrorist group?
I think his shit froze.
Yeah, I think he went there.
So if you're saying death, we're talking about the ideology. This situation in Austin, until there's more background, I doubt he was directly funded by, Iranians leadership or anything like that. No, it's the ideology. So you said, how does death to America end in result in the deaths of Americans? He gave you the example. They're screaming death to America. A dude over here, radicalized, says, yeah, death to America, and then kills Americans. That's how it is. That's the quote unquote order of operations he was showing you. Now, if you want to say directly funded, you can go to literally pretty much any Shia group in the Middle East, Iraq, the two black National Guard members from Georgia that were killed a few years back when Biden and Jordan. You can go to Kuwait, the Kuwaitis, the 6 service members, rest in peace, that were reportedly killed in Kuwait. You can go throughout the entire Middle East and see when they get attacked by groups funded by Iran. So, you sit here and you say, hey, I'm just trying to learn. These are easily Googleable, verifiable facts that they fund terrorist organizations within the Middle East that then launch drones, that then launch mortars, that then kill Americans. And they do that in the name of death to America. So don't say it doesn't exist. And don't say there is no.
So now do we have Americans that is funding those same terrorists?
No. Wait, Americans? I don't think so. If we do, then they should be arrested. So it doesn't really matter. I don't understand what the point is.
Are we not going to acknowledge that sleeping with the enemy is not just a movie, and that's what happens? People get in bed with their enemies for their own reasons, and that's how it's always been. So you will fraternize and you will deal with the enemy for whatever reasons, that the benefits that come from it could be whatever. But yeah, people have to get in bed with the enemy on things. That's not breaking news or anything you should be shocked about. That's how it's always been, and it will always be that way.
Was the CT up here saying that he will make money on both sides?
On both sides. And this is how easily that logic breaks down. It doesn't
break down, because I think the same thing that should happen to them that are funding terrorist groups in Iran should happen to the quote unquote Americans that you claim to be funding Shia groups to target Americans. They should be arrested and put in prison for the rest of their life. So what the fuck is your actual point?
my point.
The same thing should happen to both of them. Your logic
No, I'm
breaks down
saying
because
should
you have an
happen to
issue
the
with holding
dollar.
them both accountable.
I just watched Donald Trump do a speech, and he
No,
literally
hold
promised these
on.
people
No,
certain
no.
death.
And so the problem is those people over there, they don't have the power unless we give them the money to do it. We are the ones that's giving them the goddamn power.
You really just said that on live.
Iran
You really
doesn't
just
make
said that
money.
out loud.
Iran doesn't make money unless the U.S. gives them money.
Oh my God! See, this
Or is it the terrorist groups? Which
This is
one?
when this is
Or
when
is it
I
both?
feel like. Hold on. This is when I feel like the comprehensive skills is breaking down. Right. So I'm not talking about the GDP.
I didn't say anything about
We are
GDP.
literally talking about very specific things, and then now you want to turn it into a general Iran.
No,
When
I
we
asked for
talk about somebody
clarification. Which,
very specific. This is crazy to this happened in
which-
real time.
oh,
I'm talking
where's-
specifics, and then you want to
Okay,
ask
who are
me
the
a
specifics you are
question
referring to?
about Iran.
Who are these
itself as a
specifics? Who
whole
are these
country.
specifics?
This
Who are
is
these specifics?
crazy for me.
Who are these specifics? Who are these specifics?
What the?
Because were we not talking about Iran and the terrorist groups that they fund? So I thought that was what we were specifically talking
my
about.
God,
Since you want to get
brother,
away from them,
me
what
and
are the
you-
specifics?
if me and
Who
you
are
knew
these
those-
specifics?
if
Who
me
are
and
these
you knew those
specifics? Who
we'd
are
be
these
running-
specifics?
If me and
Ron,
you
who are these specifics?
If me and you,
Who are these specifics?
If me and you,
Who are these
Can you
specifics?
please stop doing that?
Can you
Me
tell me who the
and me-
specifics are?
If me and you had those answers, we'd be running the country.
Who are these specific
Then why would you
people?
even say it?
Who are the specific groups that are
Because
being
we
funded?
know the reason why I said it, because we know what is happening. We don't have no proof of it.
Oh, but you know it.
It is
Okay.
above. It is above our pay grade, and we don't have the power to say, "Hey, this person is doing X, Y, and Z." To pinpoint to say that person is doing something against America. We know that, and I don't know why we're trying to act like we don't understand these things.
Okay, so who are these specific groups that you said America is funding and they only have power because America gives them funding? You said you want to be specific. Who are you specifically talking about? Because we were talking about Iran and the Shia groups that Iran funds this entire time. Then you switch it up and say, well, we know they don't have power unless America gives them money. And I said, so we're giving Iran money. You said, oh, see, I'm being specific and you don't want to be specific.
Yeah,
Who are
so
you
we-
specifically talking about?
I'm going to specifically stop by later on because it's been about 45 minutes and 45 different topics. But I'm going to let you two fight it out. Habaragani, love to the panel.
He's all over the place. It's
You
pathetic.
not understanding the conversation. You are so you.
can't make this shit up.
You don't understand that we have things that's going on in our government that they are over here funding things in other countries so they can make it sound like they are the terrorists.
Okay, so which you said specific, be specific, stop talking abstract, stop talking generalizations and be specific. Who specifically are we funding?
You got it.
I know I got it. It's just pathetic.
Yes,
No, you're making the point. Stand on it. We're trying to understand your point, and you're not giving it to us. And
Okay,
now you get mad
I'll
every
give
time
it
we
to you.
talk about
I'll
it.
give it
All
to
right,
you.
hold on.
And I-
So hold on. Let me get this right. Do we have specifics that Donald Trump did something illegal with children?
We're not talking about Donald Trump. We're
I just
talking
want to
about
know because I
Iran.
want to
Stick on
understand.
topic.
I want to understand this thought pattern that y'all dumbasses are
Shrug.
saying.
Stop changing.
Yeah, I think we do.
You're obfuscated.
So why haven't nobody? So why we haven't arrested him?
Okay, so
Because
we
they
can give
control
you
the
a
government.
list, but we can give you a list.
Why?
Of
Answer the question.
we. No.
never
See, you're trying to
answered that.
obfuscate. We're not going to do that dumbass shit.
He don't like.
We're
he
talking
like
about Iran. We're talking about
Right,
Iran.
Okay, so now,
and you're
now
asking about
now I can
terrorism.
correlate it for you. So just because we know corruption is happening, it doesn't mean I know the exact name of the person or the exact entity that is behind the scenes that have
Okay.
all the goddamn power. That I know specifically a name who is doing the actual corruption in America. If I had that kind of information,
Right.
I would be somewhere else. I would either be locked up or dead, or I would be the one running the country.
I didn't ask you who's funding
For
them.
some reason,
I-
hold on. For some reason, y'all act as if you didn't understand what I was trying to communicate. That I do not know the exact person that is doing that.
Nobody's
I
asking
know.
you to name.
Nobody said that.
You
But I
should
do
know.
but what I do understand that it is
Okay, that's
happening.
yeah. You understand that it is happening now. Who is being funded? Nobody asked. You see how you? This is the reading
Like-
comprehension issue that you have. Nobody said to name the people in America that are funding the terrorist groups. I said,
Bro,
who are the
he
groups
changed
being
our
funded?
entire argument.
Who are the groups specifically being funded? Because you said those groups or that nation or whoever wouldn't have power without America funding them.
It's not our business who it. You know what? I'll tell you the answer is none of our business. Because nobody over here is
we just know what's happening.
We're not on the hierarchy. We're not up there where we can get that information. But you know it's being done. It has
you just know it's being done because I said, all right, no proof whatsoever. What is the specific? Stop talking in general.
Be able to tell us, even if
this is the definition of being general. The definition of being general. Hey, we know it's happening. We don't know who the group is. We don't know where they are, but we just know it's happening. That is literally the definition of being general. You said don't be. Sharon said stop being general. Stop speaking in generalizations. Who are the specific groups being funded?
Hold on. We can even bring up the groups that Iran is funding.
No. Who are the specific groups being funded?
Because you cannot link them to what you cannot.
You can't link.
I get it, Sharon. They really
crazy.
Hey, we can literally fucking give you the name.
That's fine. So give me the link. Give me the link that Senegal man is connected to. Go ahead. Since you're so smart and you know all this goddamn classified
information. Hey, look. First of all, you can't gaslight me, so stop playing with me.
Right. All you have to do is say a blanket statement.
Two. That is not a blanket statement. You literally were wrong.
Okay, slow down. Hold on. So I'm wrong about what? Go ahead. I'm wrong about
Sharon, you literally
you must be on dope or something.
Bro, I'm not even fucking entertaining that dumbass shit.
Here's
the fucking problem. I don't even care.
Hold on. Because
I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Hold on. Please just be very clear on what I'm wrong about.
Sharon, the thing that you're wrong about in what you stated earlier was the fact that we can't pinpoint who Iran is funding directly, which was not the conversation. You're saying, how does death to America, again, the very beginning of the same dumbass conversation, how does death to America equal death to Americans? The Iranian government literally funded terrorist organizations that attacked Americans. Ideology
pause there.
Government ideology, person, death.
So where they getting y'all? You know what? Y'all got it. Y'all think
continue. You got it.
Hold on, y'all got it. If y'all really believe the Middle East, y'all believe that they did 9/11 too. I guess. What the fuck ever. Y'all niggas is crazy.
Okay, so now we get to the foundation of it. Sharon believes that America is the perpetrator of everything going wrong with America. All the Americans that die is because America funded these groups behind the scenes. He won't name the groups. He just knows that they exist. Just pick any group that has ever blown up American. In Sharon's eyes, it was America's government or private American that funded that group.
We funded a lot of the people who ended up coming at America. You do know that, right?
Yeah, yes, but that's a different thing. We didn't. Yes,
and that's remember. Yeah, so we did do that, right? We do know that, right?
Yeah, if you want to do the I'm just going to say these random blanket statements and not give the context.
Wait, are you saying the government did not hire these people in order to attack other countries on our behalf? We know
yeah, that's great. Again, if you want to bring up shit and not give the context. So, for example, if you want to talk about people like to do this link between Osama bin Laden and the U.S. government, whatever, even though it's very murky at best and probably just didn't exist generally speaking. We talk about the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. We funded the Mujahideen because it was during the Cold War. We were working pretty much every foreign policy action we did between like 1950 and 2000 or 1991 or so was foreign policy action to stop or counter the Soviet Union. So when we look at Afghanistan, for example, we fund Afghanistan. We fund the Mujahideen against the Soviet Union because Afghanistan was essentially a colony of the Soviet Union. They didn't want them there anymore. Then a war starts, and we fund the Mujahideen because we feel like it's at that time and in the future in the best interest of our national security, our national interest. And so that's what we do. We fund the Mujahideen. Well, who does the Mujahideen turn into? It turns into the Taliban. Now, someone like you is going to tell people, oh, well, the U.S. funded the Taliban. And someone's going to hear that's not educated on history and is going to go, oh, we've been funding the Taliban to work against us this whole time.
If we gave them the weapons that they use, right? No matter what they were called, that the
like I was saying, someone like you will say, "Hey, we
so
funded the
American
Taliban."
dumping money in
To
weapons.
someone that doesn't know history and doesn't know the context, they're going to hear,
Okay,
"Oh, the U.S. government has been funding the
but you're
Taliban
saying
against
that I'm
U.S.
right,
interests,"
though.
which
You're
is not what happened.
absolutely saying that I'm right. You just want to add some context and say, well, yeah, we did do that, but it was before they called themselves the Taliban, although it's the same group of people. Is that what we're saying? So you're saying I'm right. And so we know that Americans use other groups of people to do some of that dirty work. And then when
we funded the Mujahideen. We funded the Mujahideen. It's like talking to retards. We funded the Mujahideen to go against the Soviet Union. To equate that to the U.S. funding terrorist groups to bomb, to blow up Americans makes zero sense.
Then did they not then come at Americans?
Wait, AR.
The Taliban?
Lord have mercy.
Bomb, you made a statement to me once.
It's kind of crazy to really hear.
Wait, Bomb made a statement to me once, and it's sitting really well right now. Bomb, didn't you say if two things have changed even a little bit, they're not the same? So the Mujahideen and the Taliban are not the same, based on your definition of what the same is. I'm just giving you that credit.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. They're the same group of people, but they changed the name. Is you saying they're not the same?
So are they still the same?
The same group
are
of
they
people?
intent?
This is a problem with y'all. This is the hold on.
Hold on.
This is a problem with y'all just asking questions and questions and questions. We never get to actually what's going on, right? Right. Instead of just making a statement.
You always jump in right when that question got asked.
That was a good question, though.
But it's going to take it away. That's a whole nother conversation.
Right.
It's not, because it goes into what AR is saying right now. AR literally, had you heard what he just said? He said when they would.
The problem is that it is not.
They're not the same fucking people. They're not the same people.
They are the same.
Okay, so hold on. So this is what y'all know. A Democrat and a Republican, are they not Americans?
Yes.
Okay.
But they're clearly different.
That's the argument.
They're clearly different.
Right? We know they are the same, but they have two completely different ideologies. But it's the same
argument.
So again, stop trying. Y'all conflate way too many things.
You just countered your own argument earlier today. Yes, you did.
Y'all keep just saying stuff instead of just making a statement. You saying that I disrupted something and I contradicted doesn't mean anything. Show the contradiction. Stop saying
it. Here's the contradiction.
It doesn't make sense. Hold on, just catch me up in the conversation. Don't just say I did something to you without ever being able to explain it. Again,
every time we start explaining what you're doing, you stop us.
Y'all trying to act. The problem is that if we knew exactly who the people were that was playing both sides of the fence, those people would probably be in jail. If we knew that.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
By the time it gets to us that we know who the person that was playing both sides of the fence, it's always 30, 40, 50 years later.
So how is funding the Mujahideen against the Soviet Union playing both sides of the fence?
Asking me how.
Yeah, how is that playing both sides of the fence?
Boy,
if I'm asking a question that you don't understand or that you can't comprehend, you can just say that and we can move on. I know it's hard for someone that's not really versed in history and only reads conspiracy theories to understand.
Well, you know why you asking him when you know he didn't make the statement and now you expect that he gonna give you the answer.
A statement for a question that I didn't bring up.
He just said, he just said if we knew who was funding both sides, we would do something. We don't find out until 50 or 70 years later. Well, it's well past that for when the Mujahideen was funded. And I gave kind of the background history of the Mujahideen. So who was playing both sides?
I'm not talking about Mujahideen. I'm not talking about that. You talking?
He didn't mention that. That's what we're saying.
Who are you?
So talking about. So again, this is the
because we're talking about the Mujahideen. What I'm doing. Listen, that was the example we gave.
Please listen. I did not bring up Mujahideen. You did.
I understand that.
Okay, so don't ask me.
I'm asking you to give specifics, and you can't give specifics throughout history.
Again, when I was talking
throughout history,
statement that I just gave have nothing to do with what you were saying.
Okay.
I don't know why that comprehension is not there.
Okay.
You just want to be right about whatever you want to be right about. That is fine.
Well, you was just cheerleading when Bomb Cherry was talking. You was cheerleading. You was over there with your pom pom. Oh yeah, right, Cherry, right, Bomb Cherry, right.
I didn't even
do it 2 seconds ago.
Oh my God! So just because you saying something doesn't mean it's true.
It does.
What?
You can't make this shit up.
He was not cheerleading. He didn't even say anything based on what I was
He
saying.
was cheerleading when you was talking about the Taliban. He was over there with his hands doing all these motions, going
He
shaking his
always
head.
do
Yeah,
his hands. What the hell?
I understand, and
What?
that had, and he was agreeing with you. He was cheerleading what you were saying.
Well, that, no,
So then when I
he was
push
just
him,
saying she's
both of
speaking
you can
right
get
now.
pushed on it at the
Listen to
same
her.
time. I don't care.
Wow.
Both of you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, so
Well,
it's fine with
listen,
me.
you give the $2. You broke
Again,
mother.
you
Okay.
keep on
Well,
saying that you said the Mujahideen,
y'all, we got.
we
Are
funded
we
Mujahideen,
doing
therefore we
godlies?
funded both
Because
sides.
like I can handle so much, but I didn't say anything. I just gave my opinion, right? I didn't call you stupid or none of that. So I don't think you want this work. We can have the conversation, but I did not disrespect you. Now, if we're gonna start disrespecting each other, or just let me know, baby. Because I promise you from now on, every time I see you, we gonna have that type of relationship. I didn't never came at you that way.
You're right, Bon Cherry. I'm sorry for being disrespectful. I'm with the smoke if you want to, but I apologize for being disrespectful to you.
Okay, because
you are right. You don't do that shit. So I'm sorry for getting, crazy with you.
Okay, well, thank you. And I was just disagreeing with you. I said something, you can disagree with it. It's okay. It's okay, babe. You might be right. I can look it up, but I ain't got time right now. But I think I might be right though. I think I might be right. But you could be right too. Go ahead. You got it.
The issue is that we're not necessarily saying two separate things. The issue is that you're portraying it as something it's not.
But I didn't portray it as something it's not. I just made a statement. You absolutely agreed with me, but you said I was keeping things apart. But I didn't know I had to go into real detail history. So I get it though. You said there.
I'm sorry. Sharon is saying that the U.S. funds all these organizations to then attack America. He said, "Oh, you guys think that the Middle East did 9/11?" That's what he said. That was a precursor to when you jumped in. Oh, you guys think that the Middle East did 9/11, implying that it was actually Americans. So then when you come in and you talk about, when you come in and say, oh, well, America funds both sides, or you say something like, well, America funds the groups that then attack Americans, you're essentially co-signing what he is saying, which is essentially America. The only times that bad things happen to America is because America funded the groups and told them to do it.
Well, I didn't hear that.
Okay, well, that's what he said. Let me
tell you what I heard. I did hear him say, hey, he mentioned 9/11. You think that whoever did 9/11 did it, but there was somebody else who did 9/11, and America do support them. Right now, you take it to mean that Americans did it. I don't know. We gotta hear what Sharon said, but I didn't hear him say that. I didn't hear him say Americans gave money for 9/11 to happen. But that is one of those things that out there.
It's just because it's out there doesn't mean it's true.
I get that, but that's not I don't subscribe to that, and I'm not sure if he does. But when I broke in, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying American.
He's okay, Brown Cherry. Earlier he said the only reason that these groups have power is because America gives them that power. That is what he said earlier. So if he then goes and says, oh, you guys think the Middle East did 9/11, whether he's talking about America did 9/11, a different terrorist group did 9/11, Israel did 9/11, he's saying the only reason they have power is because America gave them that power. By virtue of that, that means America did 9/11. America enabled it. America supported it.
We kind of did enable it, right? If we was the ones who was teaching these people who was flying them planes how to fly, but never taught them how to land the planes, and nobody ever said, well, damn, like they're gonna get in the air, and like, so that was Americans who taught them how to do that, right? Gave them access to the planes and everything, right?
They never taught them how to land.
Yes, you didn't know that.
If you're asking if someone,
they didn't care about learning how to land planes. They only wanted to get in the air and planes.
If you're asking if the Saudi pilot or whoever the nationals were of the ones that piloted the aircraft into the ground, into the Pentagon, and into the World Trade Centers, if they took classes, if they took flying classes here,
hold on one second.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, most of them did. But you have to get a flying license to take that. You still have to land.
Hold on one second. Hey, look. If y'all want to keep conversations going, we got 200 people building. Y'all gonna have to support the show financially. We need at least $40 more to keep the show going. Because I ain't gonna keep having all these risky ass conversations
It is kind of, we said a lot of trigger words.
Play the music, Cuzzo. Play the music, man. Yo, y'all gotta support the show.
I'm not going to keep having these difficult conversations. A lot of things that neither one of us can actually prove, because if either one of us had the ability to prove these things, we'd be in a different position in life. We be politicians, we be goddamn senators, governors, and possibly even presidents type of situations. We be in the places where everything we talk about is classified at the highest level. We have information that the president don't have.
Hey, Sharon, are you saying that nobody up here belongs to the cabal?
At least I believe so.
So we don't get that information, okay? We just
there's the first half. There's the first half. You need 20 more.
You know what I mean? So when I'm having a conversation towards it, right, I do need to understand that I do not have the exact people and the exact organization that is doing all the nefarious things, right? I do not have that kind of information. And I don't have the resources to go ahead and find what LLC was made that is not really a goddamn real LLC, and they are doing something else nefarious over in other countries. And I don't have that kind of information or have the time or resources to find out that information. But we know it is happening, and we know we are the main ones doing a lot of the things on this side of the world. I don't know why we trying to act like we don't know things all of a sudden. Now, we don't have one of the strongest intelligent enforcements in the world. And now all of a sudden we are dumb to the other side. We literally topple governments.
And also fail at toppling government.
And also sometimes to topple a government, we got to make it seem like they did something to us so we could go over there and start to do whatever we need to do over there.
That's a strategy. That's how it's supposed to be done. I'm going to make up a reason to go over here and beef with you. Meanwhile, I just want to come take and steal your stuff. I don't know why anybody's surprised.
Hey, BG, how long have we been beefing with Iran?
Hold on, but before we go into that conversation,
because y'all act like we had to make something up in 2020. Like this is something new.
But you could just make it say what I asked the question. But before we get to those questions that you got, we had $25. Y'all need to keep on showing that y'all do want to have interest in these conversations. I could barely get y'all to hit a like button. I've been asking for the past 3.5 hours just for the like button. Y'all couldn't do that. And then now that I'm asking y'all for $1, some people are gonna be in the chat probably saying some nonsense. But for the past 3.5 hours, have I asked for $1 or was I asking for likes and shares?
Asking for likes and shares.
So now we at this point that y'all couldn't even do that because y'all hard-headed for whatever reason. I don't know why. It's strange to me. Every time we attempt to have the conversation about the distraction of the Epstein files, the distraction of this bullshit ass Iran war that I do not really understand, the more questions I got answered, the more questions I had. It doesn't prove anything. And neither AR or Shadow is showing a shadow of a doubt why we should be over there blowing shit up.
Don't use me as a pun, bro.
Neither one of them is showing that we are just blowing up military bases, because we are not. We're just masking it under the fact that, hey, this a very important person was at this building, so therefore that building we needed to blow. Nobody even questioned what building it was.
It's not just one person. Like,
it's okay.
We got like 12 of them.
It wasn't meant for you to react right away.
Well, I thought you just asked the question.
No, all I did was say your name.
Question marks. No, you used me as a pun, sir.
That's it. I used it as a talking point just now. That's. Yeah, we don't have to get it together as people. Like we having a tough ass conversation. We got AR in his Fifi today. Shout out to the Cash App. It says Lay. Thanks for the content. I appreciate that. I really do. It means a lot. Y'all be thinking this shit is easy. See how I'm getting cursed out? I get cursed out on my own damn show. Like if me and AR was in front, we'd have been rolling around. God damn it, furniture would have been moved. God damn it.
Oh yeah.
I'd have to.
I think it's yeah, with all this going on.
Hold on, pause though. That was kind of crazy.
Hold on. Before you let me read a couple of super chats. Okay, we read that one. We also got CJ Brooks, facts and receipts. Please remember the 9/11 victims who were minding their own business and were unalive by people whose only goal was to strike Americans. And I was here in New York, and it was kind of crazy to see it happen. Shadow, the Giant Wilds for Toy Boy. He said, "Him go have, goddamn it, leave me alone." Thank you so much, Shadow. And go on mute, goddamn, with your damn bags and your chips.
I'm in the Krabby Patty.
God damn it.
Eat quietly, like me and Sharon doing. We eat silently and quietly. You know, you got to dip off, and you know, you got to have a little demure with your eating.
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
Yogi Fish, 01 with the $5. Great conversation. Hey y'all, just lower your emotions, please.
I don't see AR in there. That's a reading comprehension issue. We just talked about this.
Damn, why I can't just read the super chat? Otis Who Network with the $5. Hydroplane on the highway this morning and totaled my vehicle. In the hospital, watching the show. Hey y'all, you get on my goddamn nerves. Peace and love. That's what it said. I don't care what AR said. Acid bath, 199. I'm not giving anything. Shout out to Shadow the Demonocracy. That's what it said. That's what I read.
He's gonna bite.
So not to deviate. So with all this going on, I wanted to encourage you all to still pay attention. You know, this administration is going forward in enacting the Lunar Project in the 2025 project. And I want you all to be aware in just a few days now, we about to get with it on this launch, all right, to do this little flyby around the moon before Artemis 3 comes and they start to begin to fight over the moon. So let's not forget while all this is going on, the space race is real with US, Russia, and China all trying to see who's gonna get there first to start mining the moon and stealing the helium. Okay, so I although I don't support us defiling our moon in that order, I am still Team America, because if somebody gonna get there first and start doing these things, I would like our country to be the first one to land. So make sure you all support, okay, Artemis 2 and 3 on this mission, because it's serious business. Okay, this administration says they will be the first to start mining that gas, since they ain't worried about Iran like y'all think they are. They gonna take it by any means necessary, including mining our moon. So please be informed that is going on currently. And in just a couple days, the flyby will go on, and then from there, all three will be rushing who lands there first, and first dibs. That's whoever gets there first gets to mark their territory on their part of mining the moon to bring those resources back to Earth. That's how bad they say we want the gas, we want the oil. Okay, we'll tell you what, we're just gonna go up there and take it from the moon. I do believe that's Trump, his administration. So while y'all worry about when they say we're gonna take it by any means necessary, that's what we mean. And if that means they're gonna go up to the moon and start stealing its helium and its oil, that's and finding a way to bring it back to Earth, they are doing that. Okay, and so don't be surprised when people say, oh, we want it, we're gonna do what we gotta do to get it, and we're gonna take it. Because then I didn't see anybody, I didn't see America nor Russia or China asking God, hey, can we come and have the oil and helium off the moon and bring it back here and profit? No, they didn't ask no permission. They're gonna defy the universe and take what they want. So please keep
I have a question. I have a question, because I've been hearing people say, hey, we need to get there first. We need to do this first. Mm-hmm. And so we need to go and take it. So how does a corporation taking something, how does that help us as the American people? Because what I found is, even if America get there first, right, or we go take something, these corporations sell it to us, and it's expensive, right? Even if we own the vibranium, now how do you pronounce it? Y'all know I don't know. I'm just giving that as an example. Even if we own it, a corporation here got there first, and it was here. Even if it was here, mined here, they still sell it to us at a very expensive number. But in other countries, they not necessarily selling it to them as expensive as they do sell it to the American people, because we have capitalism, right? So I guess I'm wondering how, if a corporation like Musk, if he goes up there and grabs something, how does that benefit us as American people?
Because we get access to it.
Just real quick, I want to say, yeah, that's the one thing that they're only saying it will benefit us, but not giving us any specifics. That's a nice way of saying, so we're just taking it, but we don't know how it's going to be distributed to the earth or whatever. Yeah, they just taking it. They're not giving. They say they don't owe us that. That's their billions. They putting in the money. It ain't our business on what they're gonna do with it. That's a nice way of what they're saying, but they're just gonna say it's gonna benefit other American people. And that how they're not giving that out. They're just we don't have that access. In China, completely won't even share anything. They just don't want to be left out and want America to have all deals. And of course, Russia going to get pushed back. So no one is giving a concrete reason except for they just found out they can take it and found a way to do it, and they don't have to tell us anything whatsoever on how it's going to make us better.
Perfect. Let me ask. Good day. Welcome to the show, Jay Brown. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
So you don't know why we're blowing up Iran?
I do not, Jay Brown.
Oh, okay. Here's how it is. They put their citizens.
Hey, Jay Brown, just before you go, just be very careful with your words, because YouTube is very sensitive with certain words. So just be very careful of the words that you choose. I'm
welcome there, but they've got their country, their citizens into a dictatorship almost. One big ass mistake. America gave them billions. Biden, and also Biden, biggest city of Democrats ever nominated, gave them billions to put their country into a regime. They are attacking Israel. They got problems with Jews. They got problems with us. You know something? It's like Toby Keith saying, "You fuck with us, we're gonna stick a boot in your ass." And that's what we did. We stuck a boot in their ass. And if you can't see that, too bad.
So you're saying that Biden, he gave them billions?
He gave them, Biden and Obama both gave them money, trying to keep, and all they're doing is taking that money and using it to attack other countries. Guess what? Now we're kicking their ass. Does any one of you have a DD-214? Yes. Good. If you got a DD-214, you know what we're doing. We're over there making them free, just like people bitching about Venezuela. Chuck Schumer got on national TV in 2020 and bitched out Trump, saying he needs to take out that tyrannical dictator. Guess what? He does it now. Now you got Chucky Schumer bitching like a little schoolgirl that he did it.
Are you drunk, sir?
No, I'm not drunk.
Are you usually drunk?
Hold on, y'all. Just respond to what he's saying.
I know how to crash out now.
Can I go?
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
Okay. So I thought it was the people who we giving money to and things like that was Israel, not Iran.
Yeah, we're giving money to Iran.
We do not give money to Iran.
Right.
We had a nuclear deal.
Hold on, Jay Brown. Hold on. Let him establish his argument, and then you can refute it after.
What you are simply talking about is us having a nuclear deal under Obama. That's about as far as it went, right? We weren't giving them money. In fact, we were putting sanctions on them, right? If they didn't allow us to inspect their facilities, if they didn't allow us to make sure they weren't making weapons grade uranium. See, you're just spitting out Hannity's talking points. You watch Hannity, don't you? You're a Fox News fan? I can tell.
Okay, right? You asked the question. Hold on, let me answer that. See, you want to answer that question, Jay Brown?
You might want to look it up. Biden and Obama gave them both gave them money.
All right, so he's saying they did give the money, but he's saying that it was for nuclear. What was it for, Willie?
No, they did not give them
Yeah, we
money.
didn't give them money.
We literally put sanctions on them under Obama, right? We were
Okay.
stopping them from making money. What gets criticized is the fact that we had this nuclear deal that allowed them to enrich uranium to a point, right? The small hats hated that. That was their major beef with Obama. He's not protecting
Willie,
us.
there was like $7 or $4 billion, $7 billion, I can't remember, in a bank account that was locked up that did get released.
Yes, it was their money.
Yeah, we took the money, we gave it back. Okay.
Yeah, but here's the kicker, though. Here's the
But it's
kicker.
not
If
like
you
we're
don't think
giving
they
them
gave them money,
reparations. It's not like we're
Hold on.
paying
Let
them
him
like we
answer.
paid.
Willie, let him get a chance to respond. Go ahead, Brown.
you if you actually think that, if you're gonna believe that shit, that's like believing that Bill Clinton and his wife didn't lie like a rug on that friggin'. They, come on.
Is it like believing that Trump has the best interest of America in his mind?
Or like he doesn't touch kids.
One at a time.
You don't believe that,
hold on, one at a time. Hold on. Let AR ask Jay Brown a question. Go ahead. AR, ask him the question one more time, please.
What question?
Hey,
The one you
I
just
don't
asked.
think
The sarcastic question you just asked.
Oh, it wasn't
I don't think
sarcastic. It was
any of
serious.
them do.
Oh, okay.
I don't think
all right.
any of
He
them.
answered. Okay. Did you vote for Trump?
No.
Oh, okay. Any other times?
He's a criminal. He can't vote.
He said no.
Oops.
And look, if y'all don't want to have a conversation, I don't know.
I'm fine with having a conversation.
I did not vote for Trump.
Okay. All right. Yeah, any other 3 times?
No. It doesn't matter. He said he didn't vote for him.
Okay. All right. I don't believe him.
I just want to clarify that what he said was totally wrong. And he's also
Why do I do? What do you want me to do? Go get my voter ID card?
It's
and
okay.
He's also saying, boot to ass and everything when your president is literally doing the same thing. He's threatening these people with death. He told them they are facing certain death, right? Now, should they have the ability to just come bomb the White House? Like, y'all are talking out 2 sides of your face, and it doesn't make sense.
They really don't.
Hey, Willie.
Anybody, AR, Shadow, or Jay Brown would like to answer this? Because that's all going to all 3 of y'all, actually.
What was the question?
Shit. Ask it one more time, Willie. About the White House.
I mean, everybody's pointing out, right, that Iranians at a protest say...
No, the question that you just asked about.
I know. Chill. Everybody's
Trump
saying
said
that these Iranians are saying death to Americans at protests, right? Well, God forbid you hear the thing screamed at some of these MAGA rallies, right? But our own president, our leader, has literally threatened these people with certain death, right? So for me, that's way more impactful when the leader of this nation is spewing this rhetoric that, again, you can also find right in our streets and MAGA rallies. We threaten as well. Why is everybody so in a tizzy now that gives us the right to go literally bomb children? Because that bomb was so huge, and I'm laying here. That was my major beef with it. It wasn't a surgical strike. They didn't hit a building. They didn't even hit a block. They took out a zip code.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
You're muted, Sean.
The next time we Shadow the Tiny Wasp for $20.
Your mic sounds kind of like you're underwater or something.
Right now?
No, it's better. Or maybe it was just me. I don't know.
Yeah. Because you have a problem with hearing. Seriously.
I got one side of my headphone on, so maybe I should put the other side.
For the individual that continues that when they have nothing to say or disagree with someone, it is very juvenile to just ask us, is someone drunk? Is someone's whatever? That is very low vibrating and juvenile. Be mature about what you're going to say. That's not working. It's just coming off real childish and juvenile. And everybody up here is grown. We big grown. Okay.
I think Stanley came on and said that shit again.
No, somebody just now asked somebody when they start talking, are you drunk?
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear
it sounded like you.
Crazy. Oh, it sounded like what?
It sounded like you that just asked somebody, were they drunk when they were giving their opinion on something. This is real childish.
That don't sound like something I would do. back to the question though, I think part of the issue is that you guys keep on saying, well, what about someone chanting it here or chanting it there? I don't know what Shadow said, maybe, but for me, when we talked about this on Saturday, I never once said anything about they chant death to America, therefore we should bomb them. And today I'm not saying that. I said that on Saturday?
AR.
Did I say that on Saturday?
That was one of the main arguments that people had.
I don't care what people had. I said me.
Yes, you today. Okay, you today.
I didn't get to today, did I? No, I said Saturday and you made a face. Did I say that Saturday? No, so sit back and relax. Today, we're talking about it. It's not about chanting death to America. It's about chanting death to America and funding terrorist organizations to blow up Americans. And I don't even believe that the protesters are the ones doing it. So I don't think that a protest that says death to America, that they should necessarily have a bomb dropped on their head. But the funders, so the leadership, the ones that are actually controlling these terrorist organizations, chanting death to America, and then going and giving money to these terrorist organizations, I have no problem with them being taken out. When it comes to these maggots that are in the U.S. saying extreme things about other Americans, I think they should be arrested. If they're funding organizations to shoot Americans or something similar, yes, I believe that they should be arrested.
Well, that's not going to happen.
I didn't ask if it was going to happen.
Well,
I'm answering Willie's question, and he got kicked off. I don't know why he got kicked off because I don't know why. He waited so long to talk, and then
it's never going to happen. Just like the people who fund cartels to move as they move certain things in and out. Just like all these people who participate willingly and willfully in certain criminal behavior, and it's understood because that's just how the world works. They're not going to be taken out. That's what they do. Okay, I don't know why some of you all are acting, particularly you, like we are living in the kingdom. This is not the kingdom of heaven. This is earth. And last I checked, this belongs to the dark one. And last I checked, that everything we have that we're enjoying right now was built off of blood, corruption, nothing good. Nobody's land is good. Everybody is living off of exploitations, debauchery, evil of every nature, merciless killing everybody all the way from Rome to the other end of the world. So I'm just still trying to figure out what is the surprise of, oh my gosh, can't believe they did that. We've been doing this. People been getting bombed and slaughtered for no reasons. No explanation. It's just because that's what the world has been doing. Coming in, wiping out people because they can do it. Yes, we know it's evil and greed, but when has it never not been evil and greed? It's always been that way. So I'm not shocked. There's always been things worse that have happened and will going to continue to happen. Nothing is new under the sun. There's not one thing that's going on now that was not going on back then, in medieval times, back in goddamn Solomon. Not once, even Old Testament for the hardcore Christians, wiping out entire other tribes just to have that land. It's never not been done that way. Kids totally wiped off. Okay, no explanation given. Blow them all up. It's always been done that way. That's just how it is. Until it's not this way anymore, and that's not going to happen on any humanity. We don't have the ability to undo the doing of how this earth is. We don't have that type of power. Right. Okay. This is never going to happen. So I just don't understand what all the complaining is for. Well, they wasn't complaining back over there in Pompeii. Oh, well, you just got wiped out. They're acting that way. The Mayans, their whole civilization with how they got down, nobody knows what happened to them. They got taken out in a way that to this day, no one has any clue they just were all gone. But we do know they were indulging in very, very sick things with children, sicker than what we're hearing. And maybe that's why they just woke up gone. Okay, that's what happened. Nobody knows what happened to them. But we do know they did very sick, twisted, and past demonic, just straight up devilish things with children and infants unspeakable things. They're not here anymore. Okay, and whatever power entity had that authority to do that, they did that, and that'll be the same case here. When it gets to that point, we will wake up and not all be here. We'll be somewhere else, and wherever that is, good luck to people. I don't know what folks
So
do.
do you think it's the U.S.'s?
I'm not
do you think
surprised.
the U.S. is a Christian nation?
Shocked. I haven't heard one thing that shocked me to say, I can't believe this is going on.
Do you think the U.S. is do you think the U.S. is a Christian nation?
No one's a Christian nation. Okay. Christian is not even a real type of word. So you're not. What is that?
So when you say that this belongs to the dark one and something about the high one, what were you referring to? Was that a specific religion, a certain text, sacred text that you're referring to? What are you referring to?
I'm referring to just about everybody in most faiths understand. Well, I guess if I'm using a biblical terms, then it's specifically said who this kingdom belonged to, who the prince of who runs this show, and it is the dark one. It is like why are we out?
So the Mayans were wiped out. So the Mayans were wiped out, and you said that was done because the high one chose it to be so. No,
I didn't say. Well, now hold on. Now repeat that. Now let's make sure you're saying correctly what I said. Repeat that last thing about what I said.
From what I heard, it sounded like you were saying the Mayans aren't here anymore. They were doing all these devilish things to these kids, and the high one, they were gone, and that's when the high one deemed it so, and it'll happen to everybody else when the high one deems it so. That's essentially what I heard you say. Is that incorrect?
Okay, I'll take that. Okay. So we can go back. Y'all want to take it back?
So that was great. No, I don't need you to keep yapping.
Let's go back to Egypt.
How about so the Mayans were gone. So the Mayans were gone. So
let's just use history. Hold on. Let's also use
Christianity again. Do you believe that the U.S. is a Christian nation?
Let me finish. Let's use history.
But I'm trying to ask
I'm going to take Christianity out of it. I'm not even going to use Christian.
You're about to bring up the Egypt firstborn, which comes from the Bible or the Torah. So do you believe that the U.S. is a Jewish nation?
I'm going to use history. In Egypt, in the books, whether you believe in anything, at one point in time in Egypt, all their firstborn were wiped out. You don't got to believe in nothing. That's in history.
What history is that in?
Something happened.
What is that in?
And all those firstborns were wiped out. So whatever
history is that in?
That we know that happened. Yes, it's sad. People's babies was gone and whatever.
She's on drugs.
That's what it was. Okay, and that's what I'm saying.
And she acted offended. Like how you don't know why people think you might be on drugs?
Who's gonna check? What I'm trying to say in a nice way is who you think y'all checking? Who gonna check? The ruler of the world who made the decision to say, kill him out, take him out, and who gonna check the one above them that say that gives them the authority to let it go on? Can't nobody. We don't have that ability to check any of it.
So does the one above all? Does the one above all use people or nations on earth to enact his or her will?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, you don't have to keep on yapping. So how do you know when the one above all is using? How do you know when the one above all is using a nation or people to enact his or her will on earth?
Because nothing gets done without his permission. So if he says,
if the U.S. invades another country, that is the will of the one above all. So you should always support it.
You don't gotta like it.
I'm asking a question.
Nothing. Let me tell you something.
Nothing happens without his
permission. Yes, somebody in another higher place gave permission for another entity of dark to do evil. Let them do it. For answers you're never gonna get. You don't gotta like it. That's how it's gonna be. You can't do anything about it, and you can't stop it. But don't be surprised when all the kids are. Yeah, what was that King Herod that killed every child? That's history. That's not Christianity. That's history. When King Herod killed every male baby from the ages of 2 and under. Back over there, that was in history books. You don't need to believe in nothing. King Herod killed every male child because he didn't know, he heard of a coming of the king. But in the history books will show all those women.
What can you name one of the history books for us? Can you name one of the history books for us?
Y'all, King Herod, that's in history. It's not in a history book. King Herod, killed all those infants from ages 2 and under. What do you think? What you want to go? This ain't what we can do that, but this isn't the platform for that. But that's part of history. That's documented. No one's arguing that never happened.
Where's it documented? Can you tell us where it's documented at?
Sir.
Okay,
look
that's
it up
fine.
yourself.
It doesn't matter.
The reason I
was asking the questions about the
kills all male children under 2 and under for yourself. What you think? This ain't Sunday
So the
school.
reason I was asking all the questions about what you believe, if you believe
This ain't nothing about what I believe. This is about what happens and what's going to continue to happen until it's just not happening anymore, meaning we don't exist. That's what I'm saying. Children are going to have been wiped out. Some entity,
so Sean, earlier you heard CT, he was talking about
a king then would be like the president. So King Harry would have been like some type of presidential figure for that group of people, and he sent out an order to kill all the males 2 and under, and they did it, except for whoever got away or hid. They were all. It was a very sad time. None of us were there, but it happened. It's documented. That's not a theory or something like a fairy tale. The deaths has happened. So do you think anybody rose up and took out King Harry? No, he still kept reigning as the CEO, the chief officer, the president, the ruler, the king of that nation, and those kids were still dead. And guess what? The world still kept going on, and it was evil, and it's right, but it evil is as it does. So I'm just trying to see. There's really no outrage with how can this happen? Somebody bombed and killed kids. Okay, well they've been doing that. People, that's what they do. These leaders, they're not people who are expected to be heavenly figures. That's not how you are going to. That's not how this works. Okay.
Josh, if you had kept your money, you could have dropped her instead of Will.
Like
I don't know. I have no clue why you chose to drop Willie when she's up here yapping.
I'm done because you just want to just keep on talking to me, and I'm really kind of tired of talking to you. So moving on.
Ain't the one above all good? Nothing happens without his permission, correct?
Sir, I'm not going to keep answering and saying the same thing.
Sean, I got a question.
I said what I said.
I wish CT was here, but you remember early, he was talking about Islam, and I think what was he saying? He was basically like he never wanted to live under a theocracy. I think he said, or something along those lines. He said that or no? And so when I hear the reason I was asking her these types of questions is because it seemed like he doesn't recognize. Well, if you ask him. The U.S. is a Christian nation, which I don't know how many people up here agree with. I don't really agree with it. But you have people like Beachy who believe that nothing happens without the one above all's permission. So to me, it would seem that if there's a lot of people like that in the Christian faith or in the faith that they won't say they're Christian, they just keep on quoting Christian texts and whatever, however they want to say it, they would utilize the U.S. to do things that they think is in the interest of the Bible or interest of what they believe the one above all, that they call the one above all, or whoever they want to call them, would have them do. And I think that's scary too. And I don't think that's not recognized enough. Like there's a lot of hate against Islam. I think a lot of what he was saying about Islam is correct, but that extends to a lot of religions. And I feel like right now, especially in the U.S. Christian base, there's a lot of that, what's the word? Fundamentalism, where it's like, hey, we need to start these wars in the Middle East, or we need to do certain things because Jews have to have Jerusalem again so Jesus can come back. Or, hey, we should let this happen because God is the one saying it, or ordaining it, or whatever the case may be. And I don't think that's talked about enough. I think it's kind of being skirted by right now. I think a lot of people on here are Christians and they don't necessarily subscribe to that view, so they don't want to address it. But it is a problem, and it's a growing problem in my eyes.
Yeah. And like I said, ain't nothing you can do about it. Unfortunately, no one wants to see. Yeah, in a sense, when has there ever been a war in anywhere else or countries, invasions, colonization, where women and children in the most horrific things, going back even Vikings, when they came in and invaded and decided they're going to come over and they're going to take this and raid and do that, what's the first thing they did? Raped the women and killed their children. It was awful acts done. And guess what? Guess who colluded with the Vikings? The goddamn gone Brit. They that's what we call sleeping with the enemy, getting in bed. They said, well, we tired of, let's make a deal. We know y'all gonna rape and kill us, but can you just rape and kill some of us? Because we can help y'all and give y'all some extra gold and treasure. We can make this more amicable. They agreed
and
because they could not stop it. They were not going to be able to completely stop them from pilgriming and raping and abducting their children.
I can tell you where that happened.
Hold on.
Where that happened.
I can't say rape. Let me just say assaulting because I can't say rape.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. I just want to ask the moderators, can y'all please do your job? Y'all see somebody saying something wild crazy about me? Please delete the comment. Like, I don't know why. Like, I think that shit is like, riches. It's all good. I'll take the wrenches my goddamn self. It's all good.
I know someone that could get a wrench.
Everybody asking me for a goddamn wrench and all that shit. Ain't nobody want to do nothing. I just want to see your name in blue. Like, the shit is not about if I like y'all or not. That's not what the wrench is for. The wrench is not about if we cool or not.
Yeah, I get that. But no, I would just kind of give you, like, with history, I know you don't got to believe anything. The Vikings, those are pagans. That ain't got nothing to do with no Christian faith. But they did. They came, they took, they conquered, and they actually had the worst way to do it. And not only we just going to take it, we're going to violate you, defile you, we're going to assault you, we're going to do all these things. And it made more sense for the ops to say, you know what, y'all are going to do this anyway. So how about this? You all can have this part. They like almost like having a sacrifice part of their own land so that the rest of them can make it and live and come up with an agreement with the enemy. Like, I know y'all gonna come in here with all these dang on ships, you're gonna raid, you're gonna rape, you're gonna kill, you're gonna enslave our children. So how about if we let y'all just do all that freely, give you this so that we can have some collateral damage. That's been going on forever. So there's nothing, it's not surprising to me. And I expect for our government to say, well, we're going to get in the bed with the enemy on this. Sleeping with the enemy is not just a movie. To do some backdoor dealing, all for the benefit, as long as in the overall good, we still winning. But yeah, it's going to be some sacrifices that's going to be done. And unfortunately, it will be sometimes, and most times, the innocents, they pay the price. We can't do nothing about that. It's been going on since the beginning of time. So nothing in 2026 is shocking than what was going on way before then. It's the same stuff. We learned from them. The predecessors did wherever it started. The predecessors, this is how they conquered, not just divide and conquer, conquered, kill, rape, everything evil they could do. That's what they've been doing. So nothing's new. This is the same stuff. So I would expect whoever in this country in leadership, I need you to be thinking more diabolical than the enemy, because they're going to do it to us anyway. So yes, I would, whether I like the president or not, I need them to operate in a spirit that thinks I got to be more evil than you. I need to be the bigger devil, because we all devils. So I'm gonna go with the bigger one, because at least I got a chance to make it with mine. So yeah, if we got a country running with a bigger devil who's willing to do more evil genius stuff to keep ourselves safe, so be it. I don't got no complaints about it, because it's gonna happen anyway. So yeah, you gotta be the bigger devil sometimes just to keep what you got against the other devils. That's not so rocket science to figure out. So no one's going to be in a place where it's kumbaya, no evil is being done, everyone's living in peace, no murder, no assaults, no children being hurt. That place doesn't exist on this earth. Now, somewhere else, yeah, but while we're here on this earth, this is what we got to deal with. So yes, please give me the bigger devil so I can make sure he operating more ruthlessly than the other people, so that I can stay in America and live with the luxuries that I have. That's how I feel, and I digress on that. And anybody thinking otherwise, then you go with the lesser team and the lesser devil and see how that works out with you. For you, probably not so well. That's just how it goes. I digress.
So choose the bigger devil, not the less devil, not the one that's more righteous. Choose the bigger devil. Is Beachy's message. Thank you. Thank you for that, Beachy. Tron, you about to end the show, because why you just let her yap like that for about 20 minutes?
I'll let you yap for 20 minutes too.
I know, but do I sound like a crackhead?
Sometimes.
All right, well, not today.
That's the same thing I could say too. I would say we said the same time, Sharon. You said hump. I said the same things. I said,
here she go.
Because I know he get it. I know Sharon understood everything I said, and I get that you can't handle the people that really got something a little bit extra than you have with your fake higher than everybody else. You can't take it. So everybody got to be a drunk or something weird going on. When really the reality of it is, we call it like it is. We don't sugarcoat it and pretend I'm so surprised. Yeah. This is how it's been, and it's gonna be this way until kaboom, it ain't this way. So it ain't nothing nobody can do about it. So be happy that we have the luxury in America to sit here and talk about it and engage in a healthy dialogue. Be happy that we have that here, because I'm pretty sure elsewhere in other places, they can't even speak out on their people without somebody coming in there beheading them. No one's going to come and bust up in any of our houses tonight and behead us because we had difference of opinion about the administration. That is the luxury of living in this country, and I'm not willing to trade it for nothing. So guess what? Yeah, some people gotta go. So be it. People have always gotta go. When do y'all think is never gonna not be death? When death is here, until the time when death is conquered, death is here. So what is the shock? I'd rather be with the winning team, and we're winning. We are on the winning side. I'm going to go with the winning team. I don't care if I like you or not, or voted for you or not. I need to be with the winning team. And America is winning. Anybody that thinks otherwise, go move somewhere else, stay there for about 5 to 10 years, and then let us know send us all the documentary how you winning. You know how quick you're going to be flying back over here, because other than a vacation, nobody actually wants to live in those places. You might want to vacate real quick, dip in and dip out, have a quick couple of pictures, but nobody really want to stay there. I don't really want to live in Dubai where I can't wear a tankini tank top just because it's hot. I don't want to live there. But I have no problem going for a little vacation and coming back. So let's be honest about that. Who has moved up somewhere else and came back and said life is so much greater? This is the best thing ever. This is great. No, they're not. No one has that story. Y'all be in the chat talking something. We all need to just leave America. We just need to okay. Well, no one's stopping you. But when you get the E. coli from that dirty water, or you find out the healthcare system ain't doing what it's supposed to, or whatever, or the discrimination now that you got going on. So we understand American discrimination on brown people. Go over there and see how they finna treat you living in Japan. See how they work out.
I'll say one thing. You got one hell of a set of lungs.
Set of what?
Lungs.
Well, I don't smoke. So yeah, I do. For the non-smokers, I do got a good set of lungs. I appreciate you complimenting me. But y'all have had plenty of time to sit here and say something, but you ain't got nothing to say right now. You can have the floor.
No one's been able to say anything for 20 minutes.
I've been filling in the time because
I'm
maybe y'all so goddamn
I'm a redneck. We call that talking like the flapper on a duck's ass.
Listen, what I need you to do is go fix your avatar, because that white dot really bothering me right now. Why can't you have at least a picture like somebody else? That white dot throwing everything off. I need you to exit out, fix your white circle, make it a picture, any kind of thing, and then come back and try that again. Because talking to a white dot,
I got a question.
It don't feel so good. And I digress. Y'all can have the floor.
That's double standard.
Don't ask me nothing. Talk to yourself.
That's double standards, because before you were bitching about people complaining about your sunglasses, and you said that was your right to wear them sunglasses. My right to have a white dot. I have a right to have a white dot, just like you have a right to wear them shades. Those shades don't bother me, so my white dot shouldn't bother you. That's double standards.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How's that grab you? If you don't like my white dot, then someone else didn't like your shades. You know something? Don't like it, don't look at it. That's the way. That's my motto.
I rock with your white dot, Jay Brown.
Yo, what's up, panel? What's up, Sharon? Bomb Jerry,
you missed the crazy.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah, but I'm listening. So like real quick, I love America. I think for us to be able to question our government, speak on our government in any type of way, outside of obviously, threats and stuff like that. I think that that's what makes America America. That's what makes us, in my opinion, the greatest country on the planet. And to answer BC's question, I wouldn't want to live under like no other government, not Russia, not China, not nobody, right? So, but as an American, and with what I just said, I don't think that this war is necessary. I don't think that the 6 members who passed away and the more that are going to pass away should have passed away. They should be home or alive if we wouldn't have gotten to the situation in Iran, right? And just real quick about the death to America part, right? If I say death to MAGA, that's not me saying, right, I want MAGA people in America to die. That's me saying death to the ideology, death to the cult, right? Death to it's the spirit of MAGA, not necessarily to actual MAGA individuals, right? So I just wanted to just address that point. And then my next point is that when it comes to happened earlier, we can disagree with each other, right? Me and Sharon can go back and forth. Me and AR can go back and forth. But when we start like throwing ad hominem attacks or shade or calling people feminine or the B word or whatever, like that kind of gets disrespectful, and it's not really like a good faith conversation anymore, right? It's more so us trying to get one up on each other. And when I listen to the conversation, I appreciate what AR was saying. I appreciate what Brownsville, what Josh, what Sharon was saying, what Juice was saying. But if we could just keep it cordial, because we're all cool, and stuff like that, and we're all trying to better the conversation and inform each other, I definitely would appreciate that. But that was towards earlier.
Yeah, but Kulu, the thing is,
AR, you need to have a little bit more maturity. Go ahead, Brownsville.
Yeah. The thing is, my brother Kulu, right? So on your second point, on a death to America point, right? You do understand that there are radicalized Islamic terrorists, right? That say death to America. And then they also, transpire to bring death to Americans, right? So we know that it's not just a saying and they're just being hyperbolic. We know through evidence, right? Whether it's bombing U.S. embassies in Turkey or Jordan, or convincing people online to commit atrocities against Americans on U.S. soil. We have verifiable evidence that suggests that those people who are radicalized, when they say death to America, they mean it wholeheartedly, that they want to see death to Americans, right? So I'm not saying that everyone that says death to America means that that's what they want. But the problem is that when it comes to those radicalized Islamic terrorists, we can't give them the benefit of the doubt to determine who's who. We just got to be on guard and be on watch and take preemptive action to stop them. So that's the only point that I disagree with you on. Peace and love to you.
I'm open to any suggestions of anyone who thinks
Justin, mute your mic.
Yeah,
my bad.
So,
but I want to respond real quick to Brownsville. Peace and love, Brownsville. And I would agree with you if like the same standards were held to domestic terrorists or people within this country that do the same thing, right? So I sent a super chat earlier talking about Charlie Kirk. There was thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands of people, that literally were telling Trump, just give us the green light and we'll end these Democrats' lives, right? So threatening their own Americans, and we've heard the rhetoric since Trump has been in office about if Democrats and liberals bring traitors, being scum, right? All types of stuff, right? So why aren't we on guard when it comes to individuals like that are threatening Americans inside of America? I get what, like the Islamic, and terrorists, like, the situation, but I just want the same standard being held to both sides, not just one side because they're Islamic and because a couple people within the movement have done something to America and shouting death to America.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we get you now.
Yeah, so it's not just because they are Islamic, Brother Kulu. It's because they are radicalized Islamic terrorists, right? With verifiable evidence that they plan to bring death to Americans, right? So there's a difference there. Also, I agree with your other point, right? When it comes to domestic terrorism, we should have that same vigor to bring them to justice, right? But the only difference is, right, one is not American and the other isn't American, right? So I love to bring the example of if me and you are family, Kulu, right? Like me and my cousin Sharon, right? And we know in our family, we got some bad apples, right? That we, that we're working towards bringing to either a recalibrated value system or bringing them to justice, right? But we're not going to handle them with the same amount of harshness as we do those who are on the outside of the family, who are coming and with the intentions to harm us, right? So that's where I would go with that. I believe that we should be harsher towards the people who are not Americans and they're espousing an ideology to bring death to America versus those who are in America. We should still bring them to justice, but there's a certain way we have to handle them, which is different than we have to handle the Islamic radicalized terrorists. Peace and love.
I want to ask, can I ask Sharon a question? Sharon, I hadn't been able to ask him one question. Sharon, when I say you got to pick your poison, choose one. You might not want poison, period, but you got to pick one. And you can be completely against. I don't like how this feels. I don't like how it tastes. The poison, but you got to pick one. So, how do you feel about understanding? Well, I don't like this. I don't like this administration. I didn't vote for this person. I don't agree with any of this that's going on. But I gotta pick, and I choose the place that's gonna benefit me or the poison that's least likely gonna harm me. And it is where I am in your comfort of your home with your wife and that beautiful little girl. You are living the great American dream. Okay, you're gonna not give that up to try to prove a point and go where you finna go. Ain't nowhere you can go that you're gonna get it any better. You do, like, that, right? Like, where could you possibly uproot I'm just asking that. Where would you uproot your family? Say, I can't take it, this administration. Okay, where you finna go? Because you ain't going to heaven right now. Right? That's not on the table. I'm talking about while we're on this earthly planes, not some other dimension. Okay, where would you have a safe place to take you and your daughter and your family to uproot that you don't got to deal with all the debauchery, the nefariousness, the evil, and all this is going? Where you gonna go, Sharon? What would you be your answer to this if I was logically asking you that?
Sorry, you had to ask this the last part. I was doing something.
It's okay. I was saying about choose your poison. When people say you got to pick your poison, choose wisely. And I was asking you as a father, a husband, a beautiful daughter. So let's say you don't like this administration. You don't like what's going on. You all this, that. Okay. But what would be your answer to that? Because you can't remove them. You can't do anything. Where would you pick up your pack up your backpack, because you can't take your house, your stuff with you? Are you gonna load up your backpacks, pack some tents? Where you finna take the wifey and the daughter that you're gonna have any better? Because you can't go to the skies, you can't go to heaven now. What's your option? What is your option right now for anything better than what you can provide for your family than where you are right now, regardless of all the debauchery that is going on. Not maybe, but that's going on with the administration. Where you gonna go? What is your
Morocco? Like Morocco.
I was asking Sharon.
So what I would do is I would go and try to at least visit other countries and see what's going on there. Maybe even attempt to live there for a month, 2, 3, 9, 8 months or whatever. I would try different places and try to check out their culture, try to check out their laws and see what's going on, check out their banking system, actually attempt to see how it would be like living there. What is rent like there? What is work like over there? See if I have the skills. I would definitely go to the place and stay for an extended period of time, or maybe go to a specific place and then travel to other countries while I'm over staying at that one space and see which one I like more on whatever side of the world that is. If I was in Africa, I would choose a country that I want to have a base in, and then I would go to different countries to see how it is in those other places as well. That's what I would do if I had a real thought to possibly leave.
If you went to Morocco, you would never come back. Free healthcare, no income tax, and you could buy what would be a $500,000 house in the United States over there for $100,000. Hell yeah.
Okay. Morocco is a place I would try to look into. Well, that's a good information. So that's what I would look into, where I can actually buy land. Well, who would give me some incentivize me to move to their country. I know there's a lot of countries that's willing to pay you to move to their country, but those places that's willing to pay you to move there, just like here, is usually a very rural place. And so, I would go and take my family there and see if I could actually deal with the people, the smells, the way how the city moves, because it's easy to look at a city from afar and say, hey, I would like that. But once you actually in there, you smell, you see when they pick up garbage, that changes the whole thing.
Good. That's an excellent answer. And I'll just add on to that. They recently, my son is in the Air Force. They offer him his next assignment is coming up, and they put a lot of stuff on the table in these really big houses for like so little money. And he's telling it to me like, Mom, I can get us all out here. We can live in these $1 million houses. Like they're gonna do all like the opportunity. I said, son, we don't know nothing about over there. I don't know no support system there. That sounds really great, and I'd be living like a whole queen and king. Like, but I think you need to wait till you get there before you go making no decisions. See if you, because I know us. If it smell right, how rural it is. Have you been until you touch ground and have been there for a few months and can say this something you can stick with? Don't sign nothing up to do that. Don't have us about to uproot everything here. Study the land first, because you get there and realize ain't nothing around here. It ain't even I can't order stuff. I don't like how it smells. Like put on the ground first. Don't just it sound better. Yeah, and he's younger, so of course he's gonna be bedazzled by looking at it virtually, but until you put foot on the ground and like you said, had an extended amount of time, not just 2 weeks visiting, live there for a minute and then say, nah, this is not the place for a family. These people act weird. There's a lot. That's how you start to see what was really going on there. What's acceptable. You didn't know in that place. Oh wow, 12-year-olds are getting like things that you just you can't hear about. You got to live it. You got to experience it. Yeah. Realize. Never mind.
For example, some countries like over here, like the square footage of your apartment is the square footage of your apartment. In some other countries, they use the square footage of the lobby as well as the apartment. So because they got their common space here, so say they have 1,000 square foot of common space where everybody that's in the building use, and say your apartment is 600 square feet, they would say you have 1,600 square feet of living.
And not only that, right? Because Jay Brown mentioned Morocco, right? And what Jay Brown didn't, tell you is that Morocco doesn't really have a middle class, right? You're either rich or you're poor. Their unemployment is much higher, right? And there's a lot of people living below the poverty line relative to America, right? So that's the thing that we also have to consider, right? cost of living and whether or not you're going to be able to get a job and make enough money suitable to your lifestyle. And
you ever been to Morocco?
Of these countries, the majority
Have
of
you
these
ever been to
countries,
Morocco?
including Morocco, right?
Have you been to Morocco?
Including Morocco, Jay Brown.
Here answer you, Jay.
Right?
Have you been to Morocco?
Hold on, Jay. Let him finish his statement and then you can ask him.
Yeah. Jay Brown, calm down just a little bit, my brother. All right. So, including Morocco, right? A lot of these countries, you will be hard pressed to live the lifestyle that you live in the USA, depending upon how much money you're making, whether or not you can get a job. Peace and love.
And you guys, you know, to be fair, okay, sorry about that.
Let Jay Brown get a chance to just respond real quick. Go ahead, Jay.
Have you ever been to Morocco?
No, I've never been to Morocco.
So you're talking shit you don't know. I tell you something, buddy. The average Social Security recipient in the United States is $12,000 a year. My neighbor moved to Morocco making $12,000 a year. She sold her house, moved to Morocco, bought a villa in Morocco, pays zero Social Security tax now. She lives like a friggin' king, and literally that $12,000 is like $100,000 in the United States. Until you've been there, don't talk shit because you've never been there.
Wait,
you can't go by Google. Google could say that Obama.
Jay Brown, one question: have you lived in Morocco?
Yes.
How long have you lived in Morocco?
I was in Morocco for 3 years when I had hip surgery because my sister and brother-in-law live in Morocco.
Okay.
When I had hip surgery, I'm 59 years old. I had double hip replacement about 3 years ago, and I lived there until I could come home and go back to work. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's a quarter of the cost of the United States. I've been there. I've lived there. You can't talk shit about something unless you've been there.
Well, that's not true, right? And that just makes you sound very unintelligent because
really.
You know,
no, it don't. It makes you sound intelligent. That'd be like saying, listen.
Can you take care of this?
Y'all are getting on my nerves. All right, we'll see y'all later.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me